Aloha, everyone. While the chair is attending to other business, I'm going to get started. Sorry, I cannot read my prompter from here.
Need to see your prompter.
Okay. The meeting of the Hawaiian Homes Commission is called to order. The meeting is being held live and in person at Halepono'i, DHHL Kapolei Office 915420, Kapolei Parkway, Oahu, and virtually via Zoom. I am Randy Wool, Vice Chairman of the Hawaiian Homes Commission, and today's date is Tuesday, January 16th, 2024. The time is 9:50. We would like to start with a pule from Commissioner Kaneakua.
Good morning. Ipuli kako. Our dear Heavenly Father, we thank you for the many good things that you shower into our lives. A new year, a new promise. We thank you for the hands that serve, those that help others. We ask that you be here at the proceedings and let your Spirit descend upon this place, that we might do things that are noble in your sight. Bless everyone here, those that we represent. Bless those who need your healing and comfort and grace. These things we ask in your name and give you thanks. Amen.
Call to order or start the meeting? The meeting of the Hawaiian Homes Commission is called to order. The meeting is being held live and in person at the Halepono'i DHHL Kapolei Office 91-5420 Kapolei Parkway, Oahu, and virtually via Zoom. I am Kali Watson, Chairman of the Hawaiian Homes Commission, and today's date is Tuesday, January 16, 2024. The time is 9:39. Okay, Leah, will you please call the roll?
Commissioner Wool.
Here.
Commissioner Freitas.
Here.
Commissioner Helm is delayed with Mafulele. Commissioner Kalekini.
Aye.
Commissioner Kaneakua.
Aye.
Commissioner Marfil.
Here.
Commissioner Namu'o.
Here.
Commissioner Nevis.
Aye.
Chair Watson.
Here.
8 members present. We have a quorum.
Okay, the agenda will be rearranged to have item E1 presented before C4. The commission will recess at noon for lunch. There is no community meeting this month. The next DHHL community meeting is on Tuesday. Can I get a motion to approve the agenda? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carried. Are there any edits or amendments to the December 18th and 19th, 2023 Hawaiian Homes Commission meeting minutes? If not, can I have a motion to approve the minutes? Is there a second? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carried. Okay, let's see. We're going to have public testimony on agendized items. And the first person we'll be calling is Esther Kiaina. Good morning.
Aloha, Commissioners. Mahalo for the opportunity to provide testimony on item F2 regarding approving a right of entry to the City and County of Honolulu, Department of Design and Construction for a temporary staging area for removal of haiku stairs in Kaneohe. My name is Esther Kiaina. I'm the council member for District 3, representing the Windward side, which includes haiku. I'm also a fourth generation Hawaiian Homes Commission beneficiary. My great-grandmother was one of the first homesteaders under the program in Kalamaula, Molokai, where my mother was raised. And all of my siblings on Oahu currently live on homesteads in Nanakuli and Kapolei. And our Ohana now has 5th, 6th, and 7th generation homesteaders living on Hawaiian homelands. When I had the opportunity to help further the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act during my over 2 decades in Washington, D.C., I jumped at the chance and helped work on a multitude of laws, including the Native American Veterans Home Loan Equity Act, which allows many Native Hawaiians to access the VA Home Loan Program, and the Hawaiian Homelands Recovery Act, which strengthen our relationship with the U.S. Department of the Interior and set up a federal land compensation process that resulted in the department acquiring the lands in Haiku, amongst others. The act was a response to the illegal taking of lands at Lualuale, Oahu by the U.S. Navy during the territorial period. Mahalo to Chair Watson and to all of you for considering approving the right of entry for the city, which I fully support. I just wanted to provide some context of this request, as the removal of Haiku stairs has been a priority of mine since being a city council member and having previously been land manager for this area with the Kamehameha schools. Due to rampant illegal trespassing for decades, Haiku stairs has been and continues to be a significant liability and expense for the city and nearby landowners, including the Department of Hawaiian Homelands. The stairs impact the quality of life of nearby residents who have dealt with decades of disruptive trespassing and nighttime disturbances, as well as property damage, trespassing onto private property, property theft, and threats of, and in some instances, actual physical harm by trespassers. Illegal trespassers have also caused significant safety concerns for staff, students, and families of Kekula O Samuel M. Kamakau, a charter school situated on Department of Hawaiian Homelands, who have shared many instances of confrontations with trespassers and concerns over safety for all involved. Since I have been in office, nearby residents and ohana of the school have emailed, testified, and pleaded with me for relief. After listening to their concerns and doing my own due diligence on the pros and cons of the issue, I ultimately introduced and the city council passed a resolution calling for the removal of Haiku stairs. The council, in concert with the city administration, has also allocated the necessary funds for such removal. As a result, the city began its bid process for the plan, design, and removal of the stairs, and the Nakoa company, which is here today with the director of the Department of Design and Construction, was awarded the contract to remove the stairs. A staging area for equipment and transportation is necessary for the success of the removal, and the city administration, myself, and the Nakoa company have been in contact with officials from the charter school as well as the Ko'olau Foundation, both DHHL stewards of the proposed staging area. I understand that these stakeholders generally support establishing a staging area in the location. I respectfully urge you to support this right of entry for a temporary staging area for the benefit of the neighboring community, for the Aina, your tenants, and at the end of the day, the Hawaiian Homelands Trust, which also faces liability concerns. Mahalo for your consideration of my comments.
Any questions, commissioners? If not, thank you, Esther.
Thank you.
Okay, the next person to testify on the agendized items, Patty Teruya. Okay. 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 Oh, thank you. Next person, Jermaine Myers.
Point of clarification, Chair Cully.
Yes.
Point of clarification regarding the agenda.
Yes.
So I saw that you didn't have a community meeting, but you're having an official DHHL at your home tonight, a dinner. So are we able to make comments on that during public testimony?
Well, it's not an official meeting. It's just a gathering of different people.
It is official since it has
I'm
DHHL
paying
logo.
for it. It's a thing that I'm hosting.
Okay.
It's nothing to do with the department's business activities. You want to talk about the agendized items? That's what this
Okay.
section of the agenda is for.
I'll take it up with the Attorney General and the Ethics Commission then. because it was using all the logos for OHA and DHHL and the other entities, but I will wait for Leah to share my copies. If I can see you after regarding clarification of ethics rules. Thank you. Aloha Commissioners, staff, and Lahui. My name is Jermaine Myers. For the public record and the meeting minutes and video, I come to provide testimony on Agenda C1, in which the chairman is asking the commissioners, number one, to authorize DHHL to enter into a partnership with Luna Lilo Trust and Home or its nonprofit affiliate, whomever that is, to create a kupuna and transitional housing project for the DHHL Kauai Island waitlist. Number two, to authorize DHHL to allocate and spend a minimum, it says, a minimum of $25 million in NAHASDA funds to purchase a property on Kauai to be used for kupuna rentals and transitional housing for the DHHL Kauai Island waitlist. Currently, the Kauai residential waitlists have 1,600 applicants. Compare that to Oahu's 10,500 applicants, Hawaii Island's 5,900 applicants, Maui's 3,900, Moloka'i's 800, and Lanai's 60. Kauai's waitlist is 7 times smaller than Oahu's, 4 times smaller than Hawaii Island, and 3 times smaller than Maui. Number three, authorize DHHL to allocate $2.4 million for the costs of preparing and submitting an application to the HHFDC for tax credits and funds for the acquisition and rehabilitation of the Kauai property, which assumes that the application will be approved and therefore can refund DHHL upon closing, which also shows that Luna Lilo Trust, OHA, the developer Tankayo, and other entities are unwilling to spend their monies to submit an application for tax credits and funds. I share the following on Luna Lilo Trust and Homes, which its CEO, Keola Dean, omitted from disclosing to the commissioners last month. The copies of the documents are provided to you this morning highlights my concerns about Luna Lilo Trust and its inability to self-sustain and use its own Luna Lilo Trust funds and Luna Lilo Trust lands to provide kupuna services to Native Hawaiians on all islands, as its CEO, Keola Dean, shared last month. Also, my concern that the 3 court-appointed trustees are absent from these conversations in the public domain and have yet to explain why Luna Lilo is seeking DHHL lands and DHHL monies to fulfill their mission of serving Native Hawaiian kupuna instead of Luna Lilo Trust. DHHL has a total of 200,000 acres statewide. Much of the land are unusable. On page 2 of the documents that I gave you, on paragraph 3, which I share verbatim, Luna Lilo Trust once owned an estimated 400,000 acres of land spread out on 5 Hawaiian islands, valuable property including Kapohulu, Diamond Head, and the lots where the international marketplace now sits. Luna Lilo Trust had 400,000 acres of land statewide compared to DHHL's 200,000 acres of statewide. They had twice the amount of lands that DHHL has, yet they sold all of their lands for cash except 5 acres of land that Luna Lilo Home now sits on in Hawaii Kai. Last month, CEO Keola Dean quoted the King's will states that their mandate and mission is to serve Native Hawaiian kupuna. However, he wasn't transparent about how the trustees and the CEO changed their mandate and mission 23 years ago in 2001, of which time they started serving non-Hawaiians. I'm guessing they couldn't find Native Hawaiian kupuna statewide. I provided a copy of the highlight CEO Keola Dean included in his 2022 annual report, which I share verbatim. Oh, I'm sorry, that's for tomorrow's J agenda. But I quote, our impact Over the last 5 years, from 2018 through 2022, which we've touched hundreds of lives, including for 5 years, serving nearly 90 resident kupuna through respite services, almost 40 of which have been Native Hawaiians. Sidebar, if the 40 were Native Hawaiians over 5 years, period, 50 were non-Hawaiians, providing more than 2.9 million in financial subsidy for more than 20 Native Hawaiian resident kupuna. Sidebar, this means 20 of the 40 indigent Hawaiians, indigent, that was what the will said. It was supposed to be for the poor of the poor, receive subsidy, only 20 of the 40. When I did the math, it equals 580,000, et cetera, et cetera. Were they all Luna Lilo trust funds? No. According to CEO Keola Dean's fiscal year 2024 state grant and aid application, which you have here, Luna Lilo Homes requested financial assistance from taxpayers like me to pay for their operating expenses through the city, state, and federal grant funds. Also from private donations. This is validated in their Form 990 submitted to the IRS. In the documents I provided to you, it shows that the CEO had asked the state for tax-funded grant monies totaling $200,000. The GIA requires that the disclosure of salaries, and he highlighted that he gets paid $152,250. The head nurse gets $120,000, and the director of human resources get $100,000.
Jermaine, can you summarize it?
The last
You're over
sentence.
your time.
I will,
Okay,
for
so
sure,
please
right now.
summarize.
OHA's CEO was
Other people
paid
have to testify.
$2,000 less. The OHA's CEO only got paid $150,000 to manage over $600 million in assets, staff, lands, and services, while Keola is getting paid $2,000 more to manage $3 million in assets, staff, and services, and only 5 acres of land as compared to OHA's land capacity. I will share the rest during the beginning of C1, so that to respect my time. Sorry, Chair. Kelkua Pu, God bless all of you. Mahalo.
Next testifier, Ivalani McBriar.
Aloha and good morning, Chair and Commissioners. I'm Ivalani McBrayer. I'm the Kaupea Homestead, as well as the HCDC Chair and newly elected Shaw Mokapuni. I want to thank Cully Watson and Commissioner Awo for attending our Shaw conference.
In the profiling to include
In regards to the approval to acquire the courtyards at Waikapu, Kauai. In the position that was spoken between the leadership, 47 out of 62 individuals represented of the homestead, it was unanimously that we oppose the Hawaiian Homes Commission agenda item C1, only to providing 25 million of our NAHASA funds to a 44 million apartment asset acquisition wherein no beneficiary consultation was done, no partnership with HBAs or wait lists included in the proposal, and the 25 million allocation will not result in the award of a beneficiary on the wait list. And so I ask that the commission take into consideration that I strongly oppose this due to, I think we need to have more beneficiary consultation in regards to that. That acquisition will never require a beneficiary to pass on the lineage with the access to its next generation. So mahalo.
Thank you very much. Bo Kahui.
Aloha, Mr. Chairman, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you, Bo.
Okay, thank you. My name is Bo Kahui, and I am the executive director and founder of Laiopua Community Development Corporation. We're a 501c3 nonprofit corporation serving the villages of Laiopua and West Hawaii beneficiaries. I'm here excuse me, I had meant to attend a commission hearing, but the airport was closed. So I'm thankful that we have this opportunity to at least speak on Zoom. I currently reside in at the villages of Laiopua, and I want to speak on item G1. G1 refers to the approval for the commission to enter a purchase agreement with the Cannery Commercial LLC and the acquisition of 27 acres for the future well site and a water source development for West Hawaii. In 2022, November, our corporation created a resolution in which we discussed the dire need for the acquisition of this property. I started in 2000, and I'll step back. In 2009, in our regional plan, the North Kona water source development was a top priority, #1 priority. In 2020, most recently, again, it was our regional top priority for water source development. We addressed this on many different occasions through different administration to seek water source. And unfortunately for LCDC, we're able to work in agreement with the department, between the department and Cannery Commercial for this particular acquisition that will yield significant water source for its housing plant. As far as I am aware, the department does not have any water credits to continue its housing plan, let alone to assist CDCs like ourselves to pursue community economic activities here in Kona. So we encourage the commission to understand the great need and the need to go and approve item G1 for the acquisition of this property for water. On behalf of our community, the villages of Laiopua CDC, we thank you for a favorable outcome regarding your decision-making on item G1. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Bo. Next person. Sherry? The next person, Sherry Cummings.
Hello, Chairman. Sherry Cummings for the record. Give me just 1 second to start my video. I'm a beneficiary. I'm on the wait list since 1994. I was born, bred, raised, ate the dirt of Anahola. My mother was just shy of being one of the first recipients when Anahola was formed, Kalalea. I'm speaking in regards to C1 and G1, and I am in strong opposition of C1 using any funds and working with any entity outside of beneficiaries to do these types of projects. I feel that it does not address the waitlisters. If Lunalino wants to go after lands, to me, DLNR lands, state lands, work with private landowners, but don't attack our lands. We can have these opportunities if we feel we have the capacity to do so regarding mercantile opportunities that I believe others will be exploring as well. One thing that we never address is the issue of where are we gonna help these displaced 81 occupants of Waipoli. I was under the impression that some of the funds that are being used, it mandates us to place these individuals in some type of living accommodation. That is, we're not talking about that, but these 81 individuals, that's going to be part of the houseless community. And like all other islands, Kauai is suffering regarding homelessness. So I just leave you with that. I'm in strong opposition. And as I speak to Uncle Bo Kahui, I am in complete support of the commission approving anything to allow you folks to access it 127 acres for water. One comment I want to make is it's incredible to see Uncle Bo doing something that I believe the department should be doing themselves. We got to get more as a beneficiary that fights for water, get more creative on how we access water. I cannot see Agro Development Corporation through DBED and the state getting all these opportunities for water management, and we're not even leveraging when we, to me, have our first rights of water and what they getting funds for. Why are we not positioning to receive funds to water manage? Because that seems to be the problem of how we cannot place ourselves on lands, because we don't have access to infrastructure and the opportunity for water. So why are we not lobbying for water management monies as a department? So that's all I leave you with. And I mahalo you for listening to my comments, and mahalo for Kaneokua, Commissioner, for leading us in Pule. And I hope you folks do what is right by waitlisters. Mahalo.
Thank you, Sherry. Next person, Demond. Hello.
Hawaiian Advocacy Corporation, operated on the Hawaiian Coast. And I'd just like to give thanks and praise to our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ for allowing me to be here. I gotta tell you, I've been having some revelations over the last couple of weeks since the new year started. I was trying to see if I can fix myself and better myself. So I try to come more with a humble perspective. And I'd like to give thanks to Mama Mahini that testified earlier, with Jermaine, with Ivalani, and Sherry. Sherry and Ivalani has been my tailors for a long time. And Jermaine, you know, is a strong advocate for people. So all their opinions matter. Whether we disagree or agree, their opinions matter too. And likewise, maybe mine can matter just a little bit. So I just like to share this with you guys. When I look at the packet, I testifying on C1. And I'm going to tell you why I support C1. So in the packet, Nahaza, and by the way, it was put together by Lehuo. It's not nobody. She's somebody. She's powerful. And at one time, she was even considered to lead the department. She gets skills this way, and I respect her in her work. And you gotta see that the packet that she put together was pretty solid. In one of the sections, she talked about the housing plan, and I highlighted the first sentence: the Hawaiian Homes Commission accepted 2023-2024 Native Hawaiian Housing Block Grant annual housing plan in March of 2023. So this commission accepted that. You accepted that. Just try to point that out. The other thing is, then in one of the other pages, it's talking about the Waimanalo Kupuna Housing Rental Assistance, the DHHL Kupuna Rental Subsidy Program. I just highlighted those sections that I trying to focus on. Housing conversion and property acquisition. That was part of that plan that the commission accepted. So next one. And then the goals and objectives, objectives may include 3, acquisition of rental housing, 4, construction of rental housing, 5, rehabilitation of rental housing, acquisition of land and for rental housing development, development of emergency shelters, other rental housing development, and acquisition of land for home buyer unit development. That was also in the plan that you guys approved. And then I go look at the place that we're talking about, courtyards at Waipuri apartments. And I look at the pictures, and I go, oh, what a cherry over there. And it's looking pretty nice. It's right there by the ocean. nice place for kupuna to retire and get taken care of. And then I look at the act, section 207.5 of the act. You know, for a long time, I was under the belief that we cannot be building rentals, that we only gotta have lots. But in the act, it says, in housing development, the department is authorized to develop and construct single-family and multifamily units for housing Native Hawaiians. The method of disposition, including rentals, as well as the terms and conditions, covenants, and restrictions as to the use and occupancy of such single-family and multifamily units, shall be prescribed by the rules adopted by the department pursuant to Chapter 91. So we can do rentals, right? And I gotta say this, that I'm pushing 60, I'm gonna make 60 this year. Not too far away from being able to get the credit of a kupuna. But a lot of our kupuna cannot handle one lot. They can only handle one housing unit. Now, the only sticking point I get with this issue is with us guys buying the property and giving them to Lunalilo, and that's theirs. And what happens if they go corporate? They go corporate, we lose that inventory. So I talked to the brother, I gave him the courtesy, Keola, and I gave him a courtesy to talk to him outside and raise that concern with him. So I hope that he will be able to address that. And I think that's the only sticking point for me. Why would we do that? But on the flip side, we're talking about working together with other trusts. We've never done that. And a lot of people say, why OHA and DHHL don't work together? OHA get the money, DHHL get the land, put them together, we get something good. Maybe this can be the start of that. Yeah, there's a lot of problems that we can come up with, all the boogeymans we can come up with, but just think about it. If we work together with the trust, our Lahui gonna be better for it. And it is what it is when you out there in the rental market, but to have a kupuna who's waiting on a wait list, to be able to have a nice place and pay the department, the money come to the department for the rents, rather than going to a foreign corporation. I like that. And the last thing I like to say, I know my time is up. Waimanalo, kupuna housing was a bad idea because they gave the management over to locations. I was there when Uncle George Tasso called me to come down there and confront the manager over there because they raised the rent $400. Having one non-Hawaiian organization manage our lands is a very bad idea. Lunalilo Trust is a Hawaiian organization. So maybe we should trust Hawaiians working with Hawaiians. And if they violate that trust, then we deal with that at that time. But let us give them a chance. I went to prison for 7 life sentences. I was given a second chance in life. Nothing that they did in the past equal to what I've ever done. Maybe whatever the mistakes they made in the past can be fixed by this guy who's in the lead right now. Maybe we can hold them accountable with the contracts that we write. So thank you and allow me for testify. Aloha.
Thank you, Dimon. Next testifier, Kanani Kapuniai.
All right, good morning, aloha. I am here.
Can't hear you, Kanani.
I am here to make comments
there you go.
on D13. I oppose the recommended so-called commencement date, February 2024, for our Pu'ukapu Pastoral 1991 subdivision. I'm disappointed in the West Hawaii District Office Supervisor 4 days notice to discuss several years' activity on safe access to leased lands. Please send a copy of memorandum so-called approved November 2023. We need to see that. I find in reviewing what's going on, there needs to be a review of the subdivision process. There is a major problem. What happens? Project area is identified, architect designs the subdivision, an offer to select, advertise, we select, leases are executed, 99 years leases payment is made paid, all before submittal to the county for subdivision approval. I think that's where this whole big mess is. So I request a complete review of SDD and the subdivision process. When we decide on a commencement date to we need to know in Mr. DuPont's letter, the Pukapu Pastoral Lot subdivision was finalized by the County of Hawaii in August 2009. What does that mean? Approved, accepted, a what? So there needs to, we have a commencement date of our lease. There's going to be another type of no matter what it says in the act, there needs, because of this kapulu process, there needs to be another type of date where we apply, the department applies for subdivision approval, gets approved, and then we start the process for the 7 years and to pay property tax. That's my mana'o. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kanani. Next person. Pat Kawai-Ola.
Okay, I'm sorry. I was trying to unmute myself. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes.
We can't see you though.
Okay.
There you go.
Okay, I'll just talk. No need look at me.
We can see you now.
Okay. Yes, good morning, Chair and members of the Commission. My name is Pat Kahawai-Ola. I'm currently the president of the Kilkaha Community Association, and I'm here to speak to several of your agenda items. And I would like to start with first to support Mr. Kahui there in G1 in his endeavors to get water to Laiopua. There are reasons why I would support him just for the mere fact that he's trying to do something for his community, which I think the department should have been doing it. But however, that being said, we support what in G1. In C1, with due respect to those that came before me, I would be objecting to it for the simple reason that even though, as the last, prior speakers spoke about working with a Hawaiian organization, every Ali'i trust had a mission. And the mission of Luna Lilo was to take care of the poor, destitute, and infirm people. Okay? Poor, destitute, and infirm, unless they changed the mission statement, which I know nothing about. That was the will. Kuhio had a will. His will, Kuhio's mission was put people back onto the land for residential agriculture pastoral. That was the mission of Kuhio. That was his legacy. So I am as the same with Queen Emma. She had a legacy. Her legacy was to take care of the poor and destitute in hospitals. So let us not try to mix apples and oranges. Kuhio's Trust, you all have the dubious honor as commissioners with the power to do what needs to happen on the 203,000 acres of land set aside for Native Hawaiians. The Act 279 clearly says use that money not for rentals, but to get people back onto the property and help them acquire home ownership. So until such time as we're prepared to bite the bullet, know that that's what those monies are for. Notwithstanding has the funding, also, I think it is to help. I think that is where we may be able to help those kupunas that are, in dire financial need, especially when they said that the average age is 62. I'm 79. However, I have 3 children that have been waiting over 30 years on the wait list. So we need to make sure that we can get them to that place called home ownership, and or not necessarily home ownership, but lot ownership, to get a lot so they can occupy it. and then pass it on to their generation, to their next generation. So that being said, I appreciate the time that I have with all of you in at least reaching a point of trying to reach resolutions to these several items that are here. I will reserve my time later on to maybe come up when it's up for before this board on line items. I thank you very much for the opportunity. Happy New Year.
Okay. Thank you, Pat. Next testify Jojo Tanimoto.
Yes, Happy New Year. This is Jojo. I was
to
the
you.
former, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh, okay. So I was the president for the Kauai High Hawaiian Homes Association way back in 1980s. Yeah, I know, but I never combed my hair, so I'm not gonna turn on my video. But anyway, I'm testifying on supporting what Boka Hui have to say. Oh, you can turn me on, Annie. I told you I never comb my hair. I don't like to get
We
myself.
can
I'm
see you now.
sorry.
We can see your
Okay.
hand. Oh.
Yeah. Okay. But anyway, I don't like to look at myself. So I'm supporting Boka Hui, and I tell you, way back in 1986 when we got our leases in Kauai High, our main problem was water. It has been on the master plan, it's been on the regional plan, it's coming back on the regional plan again. Same priority, we need water. What happened is we are slowly losing the water resources in our community. And I have been trying to get the department to position themselves to help us get water. And one of the places was O'Uli, which was designated by the county planning department, even on their community development plan. At one point, they were going to give it to the Hapuna Resort people. And I joined the community, the development program. And then we were successful in taking it back because we wanted it for Hawaiian Homes. Now it's going back to a different owner of the Hapuna. So that kind of water is, we're losing it, okay? The other one we already lost. And Kauai High has not been even considered for Act 279 when you put in the Lalamilo water reservoir. So our water resource, and that's a concern for me because if we talking capacity, we talking, you guys raised our rates to buy water from a private entity and we have no alternatives. Okay, so we need the water. So I would support Boka Hui in getting the corner well, and I would ask you guys to consider that because otherwise we're not gonna have water. We're gonna end up going all the way 40 miles to Kona so that we can have water in Kauai High because the subdivisions, all the resorts are taking the water and they're closer to Kona than we are. But we're gonna end up maybe even in Boka Hui's section of the district so that we can have water because the department is not positioning themselves in order for us to have water. So now, last month, I asked that the department position themselves for even ag water from the Kahana ditch. Nothing happened, not even communication. And that is about the size of what happens to Kauai High. We're asking, we're trying to get help. It's the department that's holding us up. We can go to the county and have a discussion. We can go to the representative, the senator, the legislature. We can have a discussion. But where's Hawaiian Homes? And we need the water. We need the access. We're losing that because our neighbors are rich enough to buy the land, to buy the water. And we're not going to have water in Kauai High. And so I guess if that's going to be the closest way we're going to get water for Kauai High because the department not doing for us. And you guys going to buy property someplace else for other people. We can use that money for Kauai High. And I'd like to thank you for the opportunity. I appreciate the opportunity to talk with you this morning.
Okay.
Thank you. Happy
Jojo.
New Year. Yeah.
Same to you. Next person, Kapua Kilikoa Kamai. She's on Zoom.
Kapua.
Oh, mahalo. Just a moment, I'm having challenges.
Here you go. You're on Kapua.
Okay. So speaking to item,
If you can speak up, that'd be great.
speaking to item C12, I'm sorry, C1, and I need to get off of one of these. Hold on. Hello, Mayo, for the delay. Speaking to item C12, C1, regarding our partnership with
Got to speak up a little bit.
Luna Lilo
Kapua.
Trust, I fully support what they were doing. Unfortunately, their target group is not the same as ours. In the areas that we can align with our trust, let us align with them. But anytime that our trust is at risk of being utilized to house non-beneficiaries, that's a conflict. We need to recognize and immediately respond to conflicts. And this is done through the contract purposes, through the contract procedures that the department has with each of our developers, which each of our lessees, licensees, what have you, to include our department. We must never, ever let our Hawaiian homelands house non-beneficiaries when we have 1,000 beneficiaries, 100 beneficiaries, 10 beneficiaries, or even one beneficiary on the Hawaiian Homes wait list. The Hawaiian beneficiaries, as identified by the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act, take precedence in every case when it comes to residentials. And I believe this should also apply to leases and other licenses for mercantile services. But sticking to C1, I oppose C1 just because it opens the door for non-beneficiary residences. I have submitted a testimony, and if permitted, time permitting, I will add to it. Thank you so much for your time, and I'll see you shortly. Aloha.
Thank you, Kapua.
Okay, that's it.
Okay, that's it. Let's see. Why don't we start with agenda items? Okay, Juan Garcia. Consent agenda.
Good morning, Chair, members of the commission. My name
Morning.
is Juan Garcia. I'm the Homestead Services Division Administrator, and we have 11 consent agenda items for your consideration. D2, request for your approval of consent to mortgages for certain lessees. D3 is ratification of loan approval for direct loans. D4, approval of homestead application transfers and cancellations. D5, approval to certify applications for qualified applicants. D6, commission designation of successor to application rights. And D7, approval of assignment of leasehold interest. D8, approval of amendment of leasehold interest. And D9, approval to issue non-exclusive license for rooftop photovoltaic system. D10 and 11 seeks your approval for partial advancement of net proceeds. And finally, D12 is your approval for commission designation for lease number 7248 in Kauai High, island of Hawaii.
Is there a motion? The second?
Second.
Any discussion or questions?
I just have a question.
Commissioner Nevis?
On D10, can you explain what that is, D10, the request for additional advance on net proceeds?
D10 is a request for additional advance of net proceeds. The widow of the deceased lessee is requesting additional funds for the purpose of repairing a home that she purchased outside of Hawaiian Homelands, initially using a portion of the net proceeds that was additionally given to her earlier and approved by the commission.
Okay, very good, thank you.
Commissioner Kalekini?
Yeah, one, thank you. Yeah, I also was interested in D10 and D11, primarily the status of the re-award, and I appreciate you letting me know that Kalani is taking the lead on that.
That's correct, Commissioner. Both lots came back to the department's inventory. The lot at the, I'm sorry here,
Whenever.
D11, the property at Waiakea, lot number 17, has already been transmitted to Kalani in preparation for new lease award. The two properties covered by formal lease number 5110, Homestead Services Division is in the midst of transmitting those two lots to Kalani. One of the lots is little over 3 acres. The other lot is little over 6 acres. Combined, they're 10 acres. So we're looking at possibly consolidating, subdividing the lots into smaller lots, making it available for more than one applicant on the wait list.
Appreciate it, one. Yeah, keep us posted and on the progress. Yeah,
We'll
thank
do
you.
that, Commissioner.
Any other questions from the commissioners? If not, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carried. Thank you, Ron.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Okay, the next agenda item is C1, approval to acquire the courtyards at Waipouli, Kapa'akawai.
Chair, I had a request earlier this morning, if possible. Commissioner Helm, who is still waiting for a flight, would like to be here for this portion of the agenda.
Can he?
He's on the plane right now.
He's on the plane. That is his request. He feels it's important he be here, so I'm just transmitting information.
Okay. How long is it going to take to, do you know?
No, I don't know. I just received a call this morning. Because, getting in and out of Molokai is very challenging these days. And so that's all I know, is that he's tried to get out sooner, but cannot. So
Is he in the airport or he's on the plane?
He's in the air.
Oh, he's in the air.
he's in the
His
air.
flight was at 7:30, then moved to 9, then 10, but he's finally in the air.
Okay, why don't we wait for him?
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Excellent. Want to do C2? Okay, the next item is C2, approval of lease award.
Good morning, Chair,
morning.
Commissioners. Michelle Hitzman, Hale Manager, Contact and Awards Division. I'm sitting in for Paula Ayla, who's out today. Item is C2. Recommended motion is to approve, excuse me, approve 5 residential lot leases on Oahu, 2 in the Kuluokahai Increment B subdivision, and 3 in the Kakaina Residential subdivision.
Okay, is a motion?
So move.
Second? Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, discussion. Any questions or comments? If not, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carried. Thank you.
Thank you.
F1.
Next item, F1, Land Management Division.
Aloha and Happy New Year, Commissioners.
Same
Albino,
to
the General Professional, L&D, presenting 4 submittal items we have from Land Management. Item number F1, we're requesting the issuance, that the Commission approve issuance for 2 separate licenses to KNDI Radios 1270 AM and KREA Radio Soul 1650 AM DHT antenna facility at Hart Street, Kapalama, Island of Oahu. TMK listed there.
Okay, is there a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second? We do have a second?
Second.
Okay, any discussion? If not, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carried.
Mahalo. Item number F2, we had Councilwoman Esther Kiana had testified on this subject item. LMD is requesting approval to issue a right of entry permit to City and County of Honolulu, Department of Design and Construction, TMK's 1461514, a portion of that, 45041, parcel number 5 in Kaneohe, Oahu, and TMK number 11013, parcel number 3 in Moanalua, Oahu.
Okay, is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, any discussion or questions?
Yeah, just a question.
Commissioner Nevis?
Can you tell me, is this not interfering with any other, it seems like portions of the lands may be used by other entities under Hawaiian Homes?
Correct. So as Councilwoman Kiana had mentioned, we have a charter school, which is situated at the base of Haiku. And we also have the right of entry to Ko'olau Foundation, that they're doing due diligence there. They have Ko'olau Foundation and the city and county have met also with the summer school, I mean, not the summer school, but the charter school, to confirm that it wouldn't disrupt any operation for them. Not only that, but the removal of the stairs will not, the stairs will not be removed over the freeway, over the tunnel, I mean, over the H3.
Yeah.
They'll have to go around towards Hau'ula Way and come back around that way to drop the stuff off at the base yard.
Yeah, my concern is we just protecting those entities that we
Correct.
are.
And they're all aware of what's going on and have been informed by the city and county, and they're working together with the city and county on that.
Okay, very good. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carried.
Item number F3, we have Pohai Kelson from HECO, or from Helco on the line if any questions should arise on this. But LMD is seeking the approval of issuance of license agreement to Hawaii Electric Company Incorporated, Humu'ula Island of Hawaii, TMK numbers 38001, portion of parcel number 7 and portion of parcel number 15.
Okay, is there a motion?
So moved.
Okay, discussion or questions? No, testify. Okay. Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carried.
Thank you. Last item number 4. LMD seeking approval to issue a right of entry permit to Charter Communications Operating LLC in Ho'olehua Island of Molokai, TMK number 252015, portion of parcel number 53.
Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Discussion or questions?
No.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carried.
Mahalo, Commissioners.
Thank you, Rana.
G1.
G2, which one?
G1.
E1.
G.
Oh, G1. Okay, G1, item G1.
Aloha Commissioners, Andrew Choi, Planning Program Manager. The recommended motion action is that the Hawaiian Homes Commission, the recommended motion is that the Hawaiian Homes Commission provide its approval to enter into a purchase and sale agreement with Canary Commercial LLC for the department's acquisition of approximately 127 acres for future DHL well site, North Kona, Island of Hawaii, TMK 375 or 414-001 and 001. With me today, I have Luianne Makaila, who will be presenting brief information related to the recommended motion action.
Aloha Commissioners.
Hello.
Lily Makaila, planner with the Planning Office. I wanted to double check with Michael. Thank you so much. If you can, I just sent by email too, if that's quicker. Hello, my folks. Mahalo nui, Michael. I'm here with item G1, asking the commission to approve entering into a purchase and sale agreement for the acquisition of lands in Holualoa in Kona to support future groundwater well site development. Next slide. This map here shows the small blue square over there. That's the Gianulius property. You can see the green squares on there. That's the department's current lands in North Kona in Kealakehe. The big gray portion shows the areas of concern expressed by the National Park Service for groundwater well development that may have adverse impacts on the environment as well as traditional and customary practices in the region. For this reason, as well as many other reasons, there are a lot of constraints in the Kona region. And once Village 4 of La'iopua in Kealakehe is developed, the department will have extinguished all of their water credits in the region. And the County Department of Water Supply has directed the department to seek additional well sites and complete well source development in order to make water supply available for that continued development. Once Village 4 is completed, we still have 2 additional planned villages for a residential homestead in Kealakehe alone. The Gianulius site is approximately 130 acres in Holualoa off of Mamalohoa Highway. It's currently being used as a coffee farm, and there's a portion of that property that has been identified as a potential well site for groundwater well development. It's along the same elevation as a nearby county DWS groundwater well. The timeline of actions for this particular site: in 2009, in the regional plan update, beneficiaries identified water source development in North Kona as a priority project. In 2017, one of the beneficiary organizations in the region identified this particular well site and began discussions with the landowner. In 2020, this priority project was again confirmed as the priority project for North Kona in the regional planning process. And in that regional plan update, we did mention there were 2 potential sites that the department was looking at, including one that houses a coffee farm. And so that's the 2 sites that you see indicated there on the slide. In 2023, this site, the Gianulius site, was included in the West Hawaii water update to the community and to the commission. And the source of the funds for this potential land acquisition are not from Act 279. These funds were actually a 2021 legislative appropriation to DHHL that was called the Le'iopua Villages Water Development and Subdivision Improvements as a line item. Next slide. I wanted to cover some of the main points of this purchase and sale agreement. The recommended action today is to enter into this purchase and sale agreement. The agreement itself is between the current landowners and DHHL, and it basically lists out all of the terms and conditions of the land acquisition. Under this purchase and sale agreement, the chairman is the authorized signatory on behalf of the commission and the department. The total sale price for this parcel is 9.35 million, which again, the funding comes from that legislative appropriation. Also, this is well below the appraised price of 10.5 million for the site. This was the purchase price that was negotiated with the sellers. In addition to the property, this will include an ongoing agricultural lease, which expires in 2030. And this is to the coffee farm. The coffee farm would continue to operate until 2030, including a monthly lease rent of $10,000 per month. Some of the kind of details of the purchase and sales agreement includes that escrow would commence within 5 days of the signing. There would be an additional or an initial deposit of $100,000 by DHHL within 5 days of the escrow. And that would potentially be refunded to the department should the department choose not to proceed with the purchase of the property. There would be a due diligence period of approximately 60 days. This could be extended to 90 days total, so an additional 30 days with written notice to the sellers. A notice to proceed with the purchase would need to be submitted to the sellers within that due diligence period. At the time of the notice to proceed, this purchase and sales agreement would include an additional deposit towards the purchase of the property of $900,000, with the deposit totaling $1 million. It is important to note that should the department choose to send a notice to proceed and follow up with that additional deposit, that is not refundable to the department. So the department would have to make a decision at that time prior to submitting the notice to proceed if they would like to proceed with the property. We anticipate Chapter 343 compliance as well as Kapa'akai compliance will take until later in this year, ideally in fall of this year. The closing date as a part of this purchase and sales agreement is no later than June 30th of 2025. The reason why that date was chosen was in case there were any complications or delays in receiving Chapter 343 compliance or Kapa'akai compliance, as well as any SHPE compliance that might be needed. Next slide. Should the commission choose to move forward with the purchase and sales agreement, next steps for the acquisition of this parcel would include completing due diligence studies. The environmental assessment and Kapa'akai analysis are both in progress. This would also include commission approvals for that EA and for the Kapa'akai document. Likely those two will be submitted together, but we'll call out the compliance measures in each. This would also include the actual design and construction of a test well, confirmation of the test well results, and proceeding with well development, production well development. Additional permitting would be needed through the State Commission on Water Resource Management for a well construction and pump installation permit. There would also be a need for a county water credit agreement that would need to be approved by both the commission as well as the County Board of Water Supply for Hawaii Island. And there would also be the design and construction of that permanent construction well, storage and transmission line improvement to connect it to the county DWS system nearby. There would also be additional licensing for the county so that they would take over long-term operation and maintenance of the site itself.
Next slide.
Okay, thank you. Any questions, commissioners?
Well, that was sort of a mouthful. Yeah, I just have some questions. So we say it's a potential water site, but we really don't know that for sure. So I guess since we're looking at the agreement not completed till 25, that's sort of the drop dead date. Are we allowed access to get in and do more due diligence work to see if there is actually water in that site, or is that not?
We have a current right of entry agreement with the private landowner to complete the environmental assessment portion of the study, but we will not have completed the test well within the calendar year. And then just to point out, we are fairly confident that the site will yield water because it is at the same elevation as existing county well, a little bit further north on the road. We've talked to the Department of Water Supply about the potential of this site. They feel fairly confident as well. But just to let you know, Commissioner, we can't say with 100% certainty until we complete the test well and have the test well analysis.
And my other question is at the end of this process, looks like the county's going to do the long-term operation and maintenance. So we're purchasing the property and then developing a well. Are we selling the well to the county, or how is this working?
So we would acquire the 127 acres, a portion of which we would use for the well site.
Right.
The portion that we would use for the well site, our intention is to license the property to the county so that they can manage and maintain the well site into the future.
You said we be leasing it to the county?
A license agreement.
Okay. All right. Very good. Thank you.
Sure.
Commissioner Wolf?
So yeah, that was a mouthful, but mahalo for the presentation. I saw Jonathan was up on the screen, and all things water, I would like to speak to him as well. Thank you.
Okay, Dr. Sheriff.
Aloha. I'll add to Andrew's response to Commissioner Nevis's question that there's three main water sources that have been historically identified for municipal development in North Kona. Initially, shallow wells were drilled near the coast, taking water out of the thin basal lens near the coast. The Kahalu shaft and other coastal wells are part of that. Then starting in the middle 1980s, test wells were drilled along Mamalohoa Highway, which is where this site is located. And they've discovered groundwater that is much higher above sea level, from a few dozen feet to, in a couple of cases, a few hundred feet above sea level. And so the vast majority of municipal development of groundwater in North Kona for the last couple decades has been in that area. More recently, though nothing has been developed successfully for municipal use, they've discovered different areas with groundwater, fresh groundwater below salt water. If you drill really deep confined groundwater, this site is expected to find this high level inland water along with the other wells along Mamaloho Highway. So while Andrew, it's true, we do not know for sure that there is water there. It would be an anomaly if there is not water there. Other than that, I would just highlight for the commission, in response to Commissioner Abo's request, the area continues to have significant controversy over both what is the nature of groundwater, what is the impact of groundwater extraction. And so going forward with clear knowledge, as was done in the submittal, that of the need for environmental assessment and a Kapa'akai analysis is important. Mahalo. Happy to answer any specific questions.
Sure, just one more question.
Commissioner Nevis?
So they're operating a coffee farm there. Obviously, they got water. Most they don't got water.
They operate a coffee farm. There is no existing water source on the property. I believe they take water from the county system, which actually runs along the highway, which is another reason why this site is ideal, is that it's not far from the county water line. So to connect the existing well, to connect a potential future well to the county system wouldn't take that much additional resource because of the proximity to the existing county system.
Thank you, Chair.
Any other questions? Commissioner
Andrew,
Kanekua?
I know that the legislature approved the funding for this well very specifically for Laiopua, right? So how do we assure, I mean, I know that you folks have got that under control, but we want to make sure that the county does not divert water when we should have a priority for our Hawaiian homes. And I want to make sure that that's covered.
I will defer that question to Dr. Schroyer.
Aloha, Commissioner. So there's really two parts, ways to answer your question. One is that, so you have to reach an agreement with the county that the hydraulics of their system, that if you develop water in a certain place, you'll be allowed to assign water credits from that water source towards the parcel or parcels that you want to use. The understanding has been with the discussions with the Department of Water Supply that we can do so from this source for our lands at Laiopua, and potentially depending on the number of credits produced for some of our other lands. The second question has to do with a standard practice, what has been a standard practice by the Hawaii County Department of Water Supply, as well as Maui and Kauai, which is when DHHL has funded development of a water source, oftentimes we only get a portion of the water produced, and some of that water is then reserved by the county. Orally, in response to many years of policy discussions and individual meetings with the county, orally, the County Department of Water Supply has said they're open to the idea that for DHHL, unlike for other developers, they would allow us to receive 100% of the credits. This is mentioned in the submittal, and is, if we can get that committed and in writing, would be historic in terms of DHHL asserting its water rights in well development with the counties. And part of the process, which I'm sure Andrew can respond to, will be to, as a water credit agreement is developed, to ensure that that oral promise is committed to writing. Hopefully that's responsive to your question, Commissioner.
Thank you very much. I'm interested in 100% of those credits, and then we can negotiate from there. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Bo, Kahui?
Aloha, Commissioners. Again, Boko Hui with the Villages of Laiopua and the Laiopua Community Development Corporation. I just want to add a few comments. The legislation that the department received was through a CIP bill that we constructed, and that the department received the $12.2 million. So I want to make that clear that that legislation, although through the department, was through our community effort. And we stand tall with the department in seeking these additional funds that was allocated to the department, I believe in 2019 as a CIP. At that time, myself, Samuel Walker, Dora Ayo were the leaders of L20. Secondly, Tom Nance from Engineering Waters Engineering, he was the one that told me to go over there if we need water. That's how we found this. I actually started digging up where the water stayed. And the way you do it is you go ask the water expert. And his name is Tom Nance from Water Resource Engineering. And we got that. We then made a compact with the GMNALIS group through the community board. And then, of course, we cannot delve into this arena because this is the department's kuleana. And then we partnered then with the department. So this sort of important because for us, it was our priority as part of the regional plan. You know, the beauty of this site, this particular site, if we engineer this properly, the point of connection to the department's 12-inch water main under the road is less than 100 feet. So if we're talking about ideal situations, this particular site lends itself as an ideal situation, in part because we don't have to dig up miles of pipe and deliver that water in such a fashion. All we have to do is connect to the Department of Water Supply connection. And then lastly, you know, I don't foresee the department bailing out on this agreement. And so given this, the $1 million non-refundable, that to me is a small price to pay to get what we need for water in our community, for both housing and community economic development, for Laiupua CDC and other members of our community that choose to pursue community economic development. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Bo. Commissioner Freitas?
Not too much of a question, it's more of a generalized comment. I thank Uncle Bo for his tireless work on this endeavor, as well as all the hard work you guys put in. I know, Andrew, you know, it's needed for future development, not just for agriculture purposes, also for housing purposes. So I just want to thank you guys for all your guys' hard work in this process. Mahalo.
Mahalo.
Any other comments? If not,
Are you?
no,
No, okay, no.
okay. Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Sherry Cummings just raised her hand.
Sherry.
Sherry.
Yeah, Sherry Cummings for the record. Just an water advocate in general, and I just like say, reiterate the good work that Uncle Bo did with planning, and then just say, I hope future beneficiaries, whether it be benefit associations or just water warriors in general, that look at this and duplicate the effort of Uncle Bo. And it's sad that it took that long, but we better start paying attention as beneficiaries to Agro Development Corporation. And I'll speak to that a little later because that's not on the agenda. One day I hope it will be. But we really need to pay attention because the funding that they receive to water manage, and those waters affect Department of Hawaiian Homelands. And we not positioning ourselves as the woman prior to me who spoke on behalf of supporting Uncle Bo from the Big Island said herself. The department is not taking a proactive role in its diligence to be part of managing water. And that's the biggest thing that is an impediment for us regarding placing our people back on the land when we have to go and ho'omale out of people and do stuff. If you like me do this, I gotta do that. And this is where we at in regards to the department right now. And Uncle Bo, I say kudos to you. And in regards to the 2,100 acres in Anahola, that is not a priority now. That's something that we're got to talk about as well, because there's some serious stuff that's happening up there that no one is even talking about at this present time. So I just want to say mahalo to Uncle Bo for, trailblazing how we should fight for water to secure and remove our waitlisters off of the list. And Andrew, thank you guys for working with him and sticking out with him through this whole process, because it's a big thing for us as Kanaka waitlisters. Mahalo.
Any other comments or questions? If not, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carried. Thank you. Next item on the agenda, E2, Act 279 Implementation Progress Report. Stuart? Oh, okay.
Aloha Chair and Commissioners, Stuart Matsunaga, Administrator for Land Development Division. I asked the Chair if I could do the presentation of E1 prior to C4. E1 basically provides the context of the projects Land Development Division is currently working on. And so in your submittal, if I can direct your attention to the second page, which is towards the bottom of the page is a summary of project encumbrances from the approved strategic plan. So in fiscal year 2023, the department encumbered $192 million plus. The projected encumbrance for the third quarter of this fiscal year 24, is 178, almost 179 million. And then in the fourth quarter of this year is approximately $150 million. So the fourth quarter is basically subject to two requests for qualifications for the villages of La'iopua. And this is the area that's in need of the water, so I appreciate the Commission's approval of G1, and that Land Development Division is working with the Planning Office to wrap in the development of the water system with the development of the La'iopua villages. Village 2 is the first one.
Because I'm telling you, I'm
And
gonna.
also villages of Leali'i. In fact, today is the deadline for submitting qualification proposals for the villages of Leali'i. And there's more details in the submittal as well as in the table, the matrix that you've seen over the last year. So what is planned is a total encumbrance planned over $520 million for this fiscal year. Currently, we have three projects, development agreements, which are being reviewed by the Deputy Attorney General's office. And those include Kaupea Phase 2, which is 60 units. The East Kapolei Master Plan Community Development, 144 million. And Wailua Mill Camp Development, which is almost 21 million. So these are the projects that we're currently working on, and in the following item, C4, there'll be a description of projects which are being presented by the new permitted interaction group. So if there are any questions on item E3, we'll be happy to respond. I just wanted to point out that end of December, Darrell Ng retired. He was working on many of these projects, and so we're asking other staff in LDD to pick up where Darrell had left off, and so we're doing the best we can to try to encumber these funds by June 30th, 2024, this fiscal year.
Any questions? Commissioner Kaleikini?
Thank you, Stuart. Yeah, so I think maybe you answered what I wanted to ask at the end there. Um, So when the ledge appropriated the 600 million, they said it was 2 years for us to use, but then actually it was only 1 year, is that correct? And this end of fiscal 24 is the deadline to encumber all 600, is that correct?
The way Commissioner Kalekini, how the Act 279 was actually written, the deadline was June 30th, 2025. That's how the actual act was, you know, when you open up the statutes, that's what it says. But there was an opinion by the Attorney General's office that that was inconsistent with the state constitution. And how that plays in is that in a biennium, if funds are appropriated in the first year of the biennium, you have 3 years to encumber those funds. However, if it's appropriated in the second year of the biennium, which Act 279 was appropriated, you have only 2 years to encumber those funds. So I guess the official action is June 30th, 2024.
And right now we have about 78 million that we want to make sure we encumber by June 30th, 2024. Is that correct statement?
Yes, and this is where the permitted interaction group is, and I can't speak for the details, but the PIG will be proposing projects to complete the encumbrance of the 600 million.
Which is essentially the 78 million.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Yeah, let me also add that we are or have submitted legislation to give us that additional third year as a backup, you know, kind of a safety mechanism, should we, for whatever reasons, not encumber it by June 30th of 2024. Anything else? Any questions? If not, thank you, sir.
Lalo.
Kapua's hand is raised. Kapua, you have a testimony for this item? And we get some more. Maybe not Kapua, but Patty and Jermaine.
Aloha Chairman, aloha Commissioners, Happy New Year, blessings to everyone. Thank you for this opportunity to share my testimony on Act 279. And I'm going to point out to my 3 Oahu Commissioners, Kalamai, and I would urge you to ask on our projects in Oahu. And I have not seen that from you. The projects that you should ask is that in December 2022, under the strategic plan, Miley Development was in this first phase plan. And so we had 2 consultations with the community. If you take a look at what's happening now, I call it a deviation from the strategic plan only because we're in either phase, the next phase. Now, the money is running out. Are we supposed to, as beneficiaries, go to our ledge and ask them to please put money into Miley Development? Under this under your plan, I don't see not one project on the west side of Waianae. We are not the stepchild people out there. We are the largest Native Hawaiian homesteaders out there. Miley Development was planned with community engagement, beneficiaries. We have had that property there next to Ulukekekui for somewhat years, where the Navy came in and they cleaned all the ordinance off of that for the help of Councilmember Tupola, who pushed that because we knew that development was coming through.
I am asking our Oahu commissioners to please look at your Oahu 279 and ask these questions and continue to advocate for us to make sure that Y&I can get on this strategic plan phase 1, because there's no money going on Act 279. And so I am concerned about the deviation that the commission took in December 2022, and this plan was in here. We had testimony, Mr. Ayla, we supported it. Some of your commissioners here who served on the PIG at that time put that project in. So I'm asking my Oahu commissioners who represent us as lessees, beneficiaries on DHHL, to please take a look at these projects, especially for the Waianae Coast. We were expecting to have either turnkey or what you call multi-homes there, but that property has been sitting there for so long, and we worked very, very hard to push that through. As a former commissioner, I advocate that area. We don't have any projects on here. And so we are very concerned. So I'm asking my commissioners of Oahu, 3 commissioners we have, to please pay attention, ask these questions to your chairman. We have a lot of new projects that went in prior to the Miley development. So I'm speaking because I'm very concerned of my community, my beneficiaries. I'm advocating for beneficiaries. And I thank you for this time, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much, commissioners. Aloha.
Jermaine Myers.
Aloha, commissioners. My name is Jermaine Myers. I'm also speaking on the same thing as Patty, but I just wanted to highlight a few things that she didn't highlight. First of all, we attended the Hawaiian WAM committee meeting last year when Ikaika Anderson had to share how he's handling the strategic plan and budget that was approved by the commissioners, by this commission. And Senator Jarrett Kilkalole stated he wasn't supporting Ikaika Anderson's confirmation because he was deviating from the commission strategic plan for Act 279 and the budget. I have watched this thing come E1 every month. It says information only, yet I see things moved around. Why is that? If a commission needs to approve Act 279, strategic plan and budget, and now you're deviating from it, then the commission is supposed to have an opportunity to approve it. The Voices of America was in fiscal year 24, part of the 600 million. Now this chairman is saying, oh, we're gonna ask for 800 something million, and now it's being pushed off of the original strategic plan and budget. And yet, Oahu has the largest wait list for residential wait list. It's over 10,000 applicants, higher than any other island. Yet now when we got Act 279, 600 million, where are the Oahu projects to match up with that wait list? This commission stated, included Maili, Voices of America, for Oahu to meet that demand of the 600,000, meet the demand of that wait list using the 600 million. Commissioner Namua, how come you're not questioning this when you were on the PIG? For Oahu, you know you're supposed to advocate for the waitlisters. You know that why the priority is for Oahu projects. But yet, every time when Act 279 comes in, I see monies being moved, which means projects are being moved without commission approval. And I think that's a violation of the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act, where the commission is supposed to have discretion whether or not to change the budget. Or when the legislature gave you 600 million, like Senator Kilkalole stated, the budget and the strategic plan needs to be commission approved. No chairman can come to the legislature and now start talking about, oh, this is approved, when you guys only got for your information only. So starting this month, I'd like to see that which ones have been moved, why were they moved without commission approval? And so I'm hoping that we would get a new strategic plan where it would show us how come money's removed from the original, which ones were moved, which projects were moved off, and why wasn't commission approval sought by this chairman? Kia kua pu. God bless all of you.
Kapua? We can't hear you, Kapua.
You're muted.
Okay, Ekalamaia'u. I stand with the two previous speakers. It is a travesty that the island with the most residential applicants does not have the plans, especially the projects that have already gone through the beneficiary consultation process. Charlie, I supported you to get us onto the land. And when I say us, I mean all of us beneficiaries. I recognize that I have been served. I hold each and every one of you commissioners accountable to serving the other 28,000 plus to be served. Not just the Oahu commissioners. All of you have this fiduciary responsibility to execute the act, to not pick and choose based upon personal preference, relationships, or connections, but based upon the needs of the people and ensuring that the department serves those people, the beneficiaries of the act. I think you know where I stand. No, but let me be clear. Oahu needs to have our projects and our plans as identified in the strategic planning approved in November 22nd, November of 2022. Anything in addition to that, that fulfills that purpose, that reduces our wait list on Oahu, as well as the other neighbor islands, I support. But if it does not result in a wait list reduction, it's hard to support that, knowing our people have waited for decades. And now their heirs are waiting. Mahalo nui.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, next item.
C3.
Is it E2 or E3? Okay, E3.
C3.
P3.
Oh, wait.
C3. C3.
Okay, I'm just gonna read through this report for information only. First report to the full commission. I'll spell Paul.
Time's up.
In August 2023.
Thank you, sir.
The Geothermal PIG committee has remained active and continues to collaborate with the AHL staff and our engaged consultant to study, evaluate, and recommend strategies related to geothermal exploration, feasibility, extraction, and their use on Hawaiian homelands. The geothermal PIG has met a total of 4 times since August 2023. Guests and participants who have made presentations to or been briefed by the geothermal PIG include Hawaii State Ways and Means Committee, Mark Glick, Hawaii State Energy Office Chief Energy Officer, Robbie Cabral, Principal, Waika Consulting, Ryan Matsumoto, Waika Consulting, and Gavin Murphy, New Zealand geothermal consultant. On November 7, 2023, the Hawaii State Senate Ways and Means Committee, under the leadership of Senator Donovan De La Cruz, convened a meeting in Hilo to receive an update of the status of energy in the state. Chief Energy Officer Mark Glick provided a statewide update to the WAM Committee. The WAM Committee was specifically interested in the status of geothermal studies that have been undertaken to date on Hawaii Island. Ryan Matsumoto provided an update of the studies performed for DHL to date on the direction of Waika Consulting LLC. Rosa Koupu and Mike Kelikini provided updates on the PIG's involvement. Mike Kelikini shared that DHL will be submitting a legislative funding request of $6 million to fund the next steps. Mike went on to explain the proposed use of the $6 million. On December 4th, 2023, Robbie Cabral, Ryan Matsumoto, and Gavin Murphy participated in a Zoom conference call with DHL staff and the PIG to review the final results of the studies that Waika Consulting LLC oversaw. Gavin Murphy, a longtime, well-respected consultant with vast geothermal operations and development experience in New Zealand, took the lead in reviewing the final report with DHL staff and their PIG members. A copy of the final report presentation is attached here too. Highlights of the final report received by DHL are as follows. The first phase of studies performed indicate that there is potential for the existence of geothermal resources on their DHL lands. Further studies in the form of geophysical techniques are required to increase the understanding of the potential geothermal resources on DHL lands. Future studies need to consider using the Hawaii Groundwater and Geothermal Resource Center as a resource and perhaps participant in future studies. Recommended next steps. As a part of 2024 legislative priorities, DHL submitted a request for general funds in the amount of $6 million. The purpose of this request is to help facilitate the next steps in providing the viability of geothermal resources on their DHL lands. The $6 million funding will be used for the following: to hire geothermal consultants to support and help navigate DHL and the PIG's efforts to prove the viability of geothermal resources on DHL lands. Similar to how we use consultants to help support and navigate discussions and negotiations with solar developers. To perform geophysics studies, primarily on the magnetotelluric MT method, which collects recessivity data of the subsurface areas being studied. The magnitude of the recessivity data will be used to determine the presence of water and their elevated temperatures. The Waika report placed MT survey priorities at Humu'ula, Kauai High, and Waimea respectively. The PIG is recommending that the MT surveys be performed on all Hawaii islands that can be readily accessed, including the Ka'u area. Based on the geophysics studies, to determine the best options for conducting slim hole drilling to collect water and temperature profiles. This activity will provide a high degree of understanding on whether a viable geothermal resource exists or not. Slim holes could also be used to deliver water for future drilling of full-size geothermal wells. In addition to providing legislative support for the $6 million request, the PIG will engage in further discussion and consideration of DHL's role in geothermal development, specifically consideration for private-public partnership, straight ground lease with other compensation, royalties, etc., and proper community outreach, beneficiary consultation, etc. Any questions?
Just one question. On the $6 million proposal, will that be brought to the commission for approval? The
Yes.
legislative.
Yeah, I think this whole process has to be intertwined with beneficiary consultation as well as commission approval.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that's I know it's informational now, but
Yeah.
if we do enact that, then it would be
I
approved
think,
by the commission.
Commissioner Neves, I believe you folks approved, on our legislative package to
Okay, okay,
request
it's
the
on.
6 million.
It is, okay.
Unfortunately, the governor's, in reviewing it, deleted it.
Yeah.
So that's the status, but that doesn't mean we can't have one of the legislators submit it on our
Sure.
behalf.
Okay, all right, thank you.
No discussion. Okay, anything else? No discussion, I guess. Just information.
Oh, we do have one public testimony. Public testimony.
Oh, okay.
Oh, we have two. Jojo and.
Jojo, Tanimoto?
Yes, thank you, Chair, for allowing me this moment. I am curious when there's going to be a beneficiary consultation for all the communities that just were listed in the PIG report. Nobody has come to the communities yet, any of the communities yet. And it's an opportunity to learn as well as figure out how it's going to impact each of these communities. So my question is, when is the beneficiary consultation going to happen? Thank you.
We haven't set a date yet for that meeting. I'm assuming, I'm pretty sure we have to get the commission approval first before we move on to that next step. And we also have to possibly look at funding mechanisms too for this. But we will be in contact with the beneficiaries, and I assume we'll have a wide, long, extensive beneficiary consultation for this particular project. So with that being said, Auntie, I'm sure we'll let you know as soon as we can and with ample notice.
Okay, let's see, Kapua, Kiliko, Kamai.
Aloha, mahalo. I support energy, green energy, renewable energy projects. I would like to know, has the community been consulted or surveyed regarding geothermal in their community, especially since we've had eruptions that almost adversely directly affected them? So when was the last survey? And are they going to do one now that they are looking for $6 million via the Department of Hawaiian Homelands? Again, I support renewable energy. Mahalo.
Anything else?
Yeah, thank you, Auntie, for your support. Now, moving forward, this definitely has to be done economically, culturally, and environmentally, Pono, or correct. And that's going to be a long process. We have not had any kind of surveys thus far, and I can't give you any kind of a date as to how it will progress. But like I kind of to circle back what I mentioned earlier, we're going to need some extensive beneficiary consultation, especially in those regions that are affected or potential regions that will be affected by this project.
Okay, one more testify, Pat Kawaiola'a.
Yes, I too would like to chime in on the pigs investigation, whether or not geothermals needed or can happen on lands having the status of Hawaiian homelands. I would just want to make it clear and to my East Hawaii Commissioner, his expertise, yes, is necessary for geothermal, because he does have the expertise. He is the face. If you look at you Google geothermal, his picture gonna come up. But I would strongly, and I haven't had this discussion with him, but I would strongly recommend that we're in favor of it. But I would strongly recommend that to keep everything over and above board, that my East Hawaii Commissioner would kindly recuse himself whenever the vote comes up for geothermal issues, based just on that, just to be transparent. But I appreciate the fact that he's helping to do this and continue to do it. Geothermal is a must. I think that's the reason Tutupele is telling Hawaiians, hurry up, do something. I've been blowing on the here for over 67 years straight and nobody's doing nothing. So again, thank you for the opportunity to speak to this.
Thanks, Uncle Pat.
Okay, Pat, Bo Kahui.
Aloha. I tried to get my video on, but that's okay. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Oh, here we go. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. With respect to this item C3, I believe, I'm speaking on behalf of myself as a native Hawaiian. And as a native Hawaiian, we believe in seeking opportunities for renewable energy, including geothermal. Previously, we competed against NextDam to deliver a PV project, which Native Hawaiians were not afforded the opportunity. And so I'm raising this particular point that if there were opportunities for Native Hawaiians to assist in this process, we certainly want to be notified and given some notice as to the actions that this particular initiative and interaction group will take with respect to geothermal exploration. So thank you for the opportunity. We look to our commissioner, Kai Freitas, to provide us update information related to this particular initiative for geothermal exploration. Thank you.
Okay, thank you both.
Sure. Uncle Bo, real quick. Yeah, as the thing progresses, it will be done with great transparency and communication.
Thank you.
Something like this, there can possibly be great for people, but I'm a firm believer in over communication and transparency. And right now, we're just in the data collecting phase. And as we progress, like I said earlier, we will definitely reach out early and with ample notice.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Okay, the next item on the agenda, C1. And let the record reflect that Commissioner Helm is present.
Aloha Chair, members of the Hawaiian Homes Commission, Lehua Kinilau Kano, Nahasda Government Relations Program Manager. The recommended motion action is that the Hawaiian Homes Commission grants its approval to authorize the chairman to do the following. First, to authorize the department to enter into partnership with King Lunalilo Trust and Home, or its nonprofit affiliate, Together Lunalilo, to create a kupuna transitional housing project for the DHHL Kauai Island waitlist. Second is to allocate a minimum of $25 million in Nahasda funds for the acquisition of the above referenced properties on Kauai, contingent upon receiving the HHFDC award as defined below and subject to compliance with Nahasda requirements. Third, to exercise the department's option to purchase the above referenced properties and issue a general lease for the above referenced properties to the limited partnership created to access HHFDC's funding or allocation of low-income housing tax credits for the acquisition and rehabilitation of the above referenced properties. Fourth, to negotiate the management agreement with Lunalilo to service and ensure programs are provided which will address kupuna and beneficiary needs, and also prepare, if chosen, the transition to homestead awards and taking the participants off of DHHL's waitlist. Lunalilo will also provide services to ensure compliance of the tenants with the HHFDC and tax credit requirements. And finally, to allocate funds for the actual costs of preparing and submitting the application to HHFDC for low-income housing tax credits and rental housing revolving funds for the acquisition and rehabilitation of the above referenced properties, estimated at $2.4 million, which will be reimbursed to DHHL upon closing from the permanent sources of funds identified below.
Joe, you want to say something?
Aloha kako. I'm Keola Maikalani Dean. I'm the Chief Executive Officer of the King Lunalilo Trust and Home. And I wanted to, first of all, start by thanking everyone for sharing your concerns during the session, the testimony this morning. And I wanted to just share why, first of all, why I am at Lunalilo, and then why Lunalilo is an organization that is the right one to work with the DHHL. You know, many of you don't know me, some of you know me fairly recently. I lived on the continent for over 20 years before coming back home. My grandpa, Raphael Chris Jr., was a lifelong civil servant, and he was instrumental in getting Pearl City Elementary School built. My grandma's sister, Auntie Malia Craver, was my family's cultural and genealogical expert and instrumental in preserving the practice of Ho'oponopono for our people. So growing up, I had a sense of public service. At the same time, I'm the only child of a single parent, Native Hawaiian parent. Always at poverty and at risk of houselessness, we would regularly bounce between my grandparents' home on Hawaiian homestead land in Nanakuli and in Section 8 rentals. So the importance of this topic is personal to me. It's what my story is not unique. My story is the story of so many Native Hawaiians in our community. And so I worked for 8 years after going to law school. I practiced law for a while, and then I worked with the tribes in Washington State for 8 years. Part of that public service. During that time, I learned how to work with tribes, but I was on the state. I worked for the state. That experience with tribal consultation gives me a deep respect for this process and for working with homestead communities across the state, which is why when I came at the last meeting, I apologized to all of you because of the lack of, I had not come here before. Working with the homesteads is again, something that's personal to me. So I understand why there's a lot of upsetness, especially with the timing of this project. And what I want to do is, first of all, this project came as a surprise to all of us at Lunalilo because it's trying to take advantage of a unique opportunity that's available only once a year, which is those low-income housing tax credits. And so that application is due next month. And that, as I understand it, is why we are here today without having, gone through a longer beneficiary consultation process that I know one of the DHHL beneficiaries raised as a concern today. And so that's something that you as the commissioners just need to make the decision on, whether this is worth pursuing because of the unique opportunity here or not. Why is Lunalilo Trust looking to do this? There was testimony this morning about Lunalilo not having, both having a trust corpus and not having a large trust corpus, and both are true. There was also testimony this morning about Lunalilo accepting non-Hawaiians as residents, and that is also true. My predecessors, around 2007, made what I'm sure was a difficult decision to open up the home to non-Hawaiians because they could not keep it open otherwise. I come here today as CEO. I've only been at the trust for less than 2 years, but when I learned that, it broke my heart. It broke my heart that we now have a majority residential population of non-Hawaiians because we need their full pay, their payments for our monthly fees to keep the doors open. At the same time, that's not something that I want to just sit and allow to happen. So that is something that I am working very hard at to try to identify new ways to bring in Native Hawaiian kupuna, and at the same time, making sure that our programs are grounded in Native Hawaiian values. All of our programs, our activities are really the nursing. We are the nursing home that focuses on Native Hawaiian activities. So why is Luna Lilo Trust looking to do this? Because if we don't do this, Luna Lilo Trust will disappear. That's the reality. The Board of Trustees brought me on to turn the trust around. And when I did the strategic plan and worked with the trustees and the staff, we went first to the will, right? And the will really is squarely about housing and shelter for Native Hawaiians, period. In fact, our will is the only will amongst the Ali'i Trusts that names the beneficiaries as Native Hawaiians. Not a preference, not one of 5. Native Hawaiians are the beneficiaries, poor, destitute, and infirm, giving preference to kupuna. So of all of the Ali'i Trusts, we're the ones focused the most on Native Hawaiians. We're not supposed to be serving anyone else, which is why it broke my heart that when I learned that we're serving non-Hawaiians. So in order to turn around the trust, we need to find a stronger business model. The nursing home is not a strong business model. I come from 9 years working in the Medicaid state agency. I know that the nursing home business model does not work. So this is our attempt to turn this around. And that's why Luna Lilo is doing this. And at the same time, property management, this is something that we need more Native Hawaiian organizations to be doing. Housing is our #1 crisis. And yet, as we heard earlier, we have non-Hawaiian organizations managing these housing developments on DHHL land. We need to stop that. And so that is what we're focused on at Luna Lilo, is to become the Native Hawaiian organization focused on property management. There are some other concerns that were raised, but I will stop there and see if anyone has any questions about the project.
Let's get a motion first before we have discussion. Is there a motion?
Motion.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, discussion. Commissioner Awok?
So Keola, mahalo for being here. And look, like you, serving as a commissioner is very personal for me as well. I grew up on Hawaiian homestead lands. When I was a child, we helped to malama our kupuna on that aina. But here's where we do not agree. I think our cultural philosophies are properly aligned. It's the expectation you have of us as commissioners and our responsibility to our beneficiaries that are misaligned. Because you want us to use our trust assets to help you become the benefactor, when in fact everything we do should be geared toward our beneficiaries. This is where we are not aligned. And so I get that, we understand that Luna Lilo, when he started on this journey, had 400,000 acres that went into a trust. And now you're down to 5 acres. So historically, something went wrong, right? And that is likely the result of trustees mismanaging their kuleana. And so for me, that is instructional to us here, assembled here today, that we continue to manage our kuleana properly, so that we are not in the same situation as Luna Lilo Trust. The other thing is, when I look at the submittal, which references the the 2020 survey, that is used to justify supporting this. But there are many things contained in that narrative that are conflictual. There are many things contained in that narrative that is anecdotal, that doesn't come from the survey. And so I also want to say, when we get this submittal on a Thursday, 2-pager with attachments, and then Friday night after I come home from a conference, it's changed to 7 pages and an attachment. And then I'm going through it last night because it's the only time I had to do it. That's 92 pages with attachments. And here we are today being asked to make a decision. I do think that is inconsiderate to this commission. I think it's a travesty to the beneficiaries we are tasked to serve, because they have an expectation from us that we will choose wisely. And it's important for everyone to know the decisions we make today either will have generational consequence or benefit. So we must choose wisely. Now, it's important we also remind ourselves, we have a congressional mandate, an ethical responsibility, and the authority to serve exclusively on behalf of our beneficiaries. No one else, no individual, no political institution, and no entity. Exclusive kuleana to our beneficiaries. And what gives life to their voice is beneficiary engagement, consultation, and surveys. And because everybody's rushing, I didn't have time to go through this the way I would like to have. Beneficiary engagement, a petition, 2-sided, 70+ people in a very narrow window have responded and said, aole. When we add to that, and bear with me, I have to take notes. So when we talk about malama, our kupuna, using Lunalilo's mana'o, I want to go to our survey. So when we look at these units, starting with that, affordable rental units, only 2.1% of the 4,982 applicants surveyed want that. Condominiums and apartments, also known as multifamily, the same survey that's quoted in this submittal, only 0.5% wanted that. It goes up a little bit when it's option to purchase, condo or townhouse, only 0.8% want that as an option. And then when I look at that 92-page submittal, about midway through, I see a table. And because I can't pull it all up in the short time we have, I'm trying to remember this from memory. But the table shows the breakdown. There's 1-bedroom, 2-bedroom, 3-bedroom. I believe only 20 of those units are 3-bedroom. But again, our survey, 84% of our applicants want a house with 3+ bedrooms and 2 baths. This is also important because this model is not about issuing leases, but in that same survey, 93% of the applicants intend to pass their lease on to their children or family members. Only 1.5% intend to hold on to it. This is the voice of our people. This is our kuleana to serve them. It's not that it's not that I don't appreciate your mission, but you must appreciate our mission. It must align with our kuleana and everybody out here who is those people we must serve. Now, if you look at this commission, we all from this aina, we know our kuleana to each other and to our kupuna. But this is about our kuleana to our beneficiaries, and this is a misappropriation of our trust resources that have been set aside by Kuhio to serve our beneficiaries. This is about returning them, and I quote, this is about returning them to the soil. This moves the needle in the opposite direction. I also want to point out in this same survey, they asked our applicants, they asked the applicants, what services have you used from our Li'i Trust? Kamehameha Schools, 65%. What other services beyond that? Alulike, 19%. Oha, 18%. Luna Lilo Trust, 1.3%. Now, even Hawaiian civic clubs and Hawaiian language programs rate higher than Luna Lilo Trust. So I take strong exception to, one, being forced into decision-making after we get this amendment on a Friday night, and then struggling to find time throughout the weekend to get to it. I take exception to messages that are designed, at least in my opinion, to use our cultural practices and understanding to shift away our responsibilities to Luna Trust when it's a violation of our fiduciary duties. So with that, I will end, and mahalo.
Chair. Mr. Nevis?
Oh, I spent a lot of time over the weekend on this whole process. First, I got my package at noon on Thursday. So knowing that this was important to Kauai, it's an important move. But I started reading your 2-page document, which took me up to 4:45 on Friday to try to figure out what we're talking about. And then I received an addendum. It's not an addendum, it's a new proposal. Because it comes up with some details that we didn't have the original proposal. Then it talks about LIHTC funding, HHFDC. Of course, Friday night, who am I gonna call? Saturday, who am I gonna call? I'm not gonna call anybody in the department to find out what all this stuff is. Here we go, Mr. Google. So I have to Google all this to find out what is LIHTC funding? What does it mean? And then I sort of put the pieces together on how this is coming together. But before I get started, I want to read something to the commission and to our beneficiaries. And this is right out of our administrative rules. The duties of a commissioner as a trustee. As trustees, it shall be the duty of the commissioners to, number 3, exercise such care and skill as a person of ordinary prudence would exercise in dealing with one's own property in the management of Hawaiian homelands. And when I looked at what was finally proposed, I said, look, my perspective, is it needed? Is it justified? We're gonna spend $25 million and we're gonna contract it out. So I said, okay, wait, let me look at it. So I looked at, initially when this project came up, Colleen and I talked about it, and then I talked to Andrew and said, yeah, we need to do beneficiary consultation. But then we found out later, because it's an acquisition, we don't do beneficiary consultation. So we have to look back to the most recent Study, survey, not beneficiary consultation. Beneficiary consultation, anybody can walk in the door. But now we have a study, which I pulled experts out of the study. I want to read this because this is important. The total, and this is from SMS, the people who did the survey, a total of 4,982 surveys were completed for this applicant report. Based on the examination of the data sets, it's our professional opinion that the results of the DHHL application studies detailed in this report represent an unbiased, statistical, reliable, representative sample of the characteristics, conditions, and opinions of all applicants on the list as of August 2020. All applicants. This is a study that locks in all. So when we look at this, as Commissioner, and I may repeat some of these things, please bear with me. 2.7%, that's all that want rental. Now, when you think about this study covers all the islands and those in the mainland. So if you just took that number, divided by 7, that's less than 3.3%. So we're gonna take 25 million, come to Kauai with 82 units, which is overkill. And we're using 50% of our Nahasda budget for Kauai. That doesn't make any sense. Yes, we can use Nahasda money for a purchase, for this type of purchase. But there's other things in Nahasda that we should be using money for. Lego and you and I had this discussion. We got homes falling apart everywhere. Okay, and I know we have staffing issues, but we have organizations that have helped us move towards getting some of our issues resolved. And I think that this is a misuse of funds. We're trying to save LIHTC. You know what? You can't give up something and basically throw away what your responsibility is. Our responsibility is to the beneficiary. The beneficiaries have spoken. I think this is going in a different direction. So then when I have the first proposal, I have the second proposal. So I looked through the second proposal and said, what does it say? So my background for many years, about 30 years, is in contract management. So I look at the first sentence. The first sentence says to authorize department to enter into a partnership with Luna Lila Trust and Home or its nonprofit. Which is it? Is it one or the other? Is it both? I'm not sure. That's a question. I need an answer. And then it says Kapuna Transitional Housing Project for the Kauai Island waitlist. The Kauai Island waitlist doesn't call for this based on the study. On number 2, allocate the minimum of $25 million, folks. Okay, minimum means there's more coming. On the Nahasda funds for the acquisition of above reference properties in Kauai, contingent upon receiving, we got some promise money out there. We don't know if we got it yet. Okay, I'm looking at this as, if this is my project, I have a responsibility to my beneficiaries. I'm using my mana'o to say, does this make sense? And how many holes are in this? So I look at that $25 million for acquisition, contingent on an award. On number 3, exercise department's option to purchase above reference properties. It's not properties, only one property. And you're putting a lot of this in plural and it's driving me nuts. And issue a general lease. Now we have a partnership that we're going to issue a general lease. Confusing. Of the above reference properties, again, to now a limited partnership. So we went from partnership to limited partnership to some kind of management agreement. A limited partnership created to access FTC funding, low income. So I figured that out because when I went back and looked at, what's LIHTC, well, you got to have a nonprofit. So the nonprofit access the funds. HHFTC is the state entity that issues. You got to go through a whole process, and these are competitive. Okay, we're not the only guys that are doing this. Somebody comes up with a $40 million project and says, hey, I want to do this. Who's going to get it? So what happens when it all falls apart? What happens when we don't get the funding? I don't know. So it falls back in our face. So that's number three. So there's and then there's acquisition and rehabilitation, because I know I've walked the property. There are several units that have to be rehabilitated. That's where more money's coming from somewhere. Number four, to negotiate a management agreement. Now we're negotiating a management agreement. First we have a partnership, limited partnership. And now we're going to do a management agreement with Luna Hilo Service to ensure programs are provided which will address Kapuna beneficiary needs, and also prepare, this is concerning, also prepare, if chosen, the transition to homestead awards and taking participants off the wait list. I'm a little confused with that term, because I believe we have an awards division here. And I would think that that would be their responsibility, unless I'm reading this wrong. That's the way I'm reading it. Luna will also provide service to ensure compliance of trends with HFFT tax credits. And I'll deal with that next in the narrative. Number five, allocate funds for the actual cost of preparing and submitting the application. I understand that. You got to put $2.4 million more money. That was the 25 million. Now you got 2.4 on top of that for the cost preparing submittal. And if we don't get it, do we get that money back? I don't think it said that. It said only if you get it that you get it back. So when we talk about the narrative, you know, we talk about the narrative. I get concerned when we put stuff in here that doesn't make any sense. You know, it talks about the Hawaiian Homes Commission, Luna Hilo Trust, providing accommodation and care for elderly Native Hawaiians. That's what Luna Hilo Trust does. That's fine. But the thing is when you go to the stepping zone, it says the waitlist homestead lease includes property 28,692, with over 50% of those applicants being 62 years or older. So what is a Hawaiian home? Hawaiian Homes is, the reason we have kapunas at home is because they bought the house 30 years ago. When I come home, I came home, my parents didn't come home to me. We're flipping the narrative. They're not in trouble. What they're trying to do is get their Hawaiian home so they could give it to their kid. That's called perpetuity. That's what this program's all about. Okay? So don't try to flip the narrative, say, kapunas are in trouble. We take care of our kapunas. Our kapunas are with us until we can't take care of them. Then Luna Hilo Homes will send them to you. But the thing is that let's not try to flip the narrative. They're not in trouble. Some of them, less than 2% request rentals. When we talk about, and then when you talk about the people, about, let me get my thoughts together here. The need for multifamily houses, this statement is driving me nuts. Multifamily type housing project becomes more pertinent considering many of those over 62 live with their children and grandchildren, because we want to. That's our family. Don't try to say because you have these people 62, they need to have multifamily housing. Most of the people, if you read the study, 48% of those applicants own their home. The kids didn't buy it, Tutu and Grandpa bought it. Kids come home, Tutu and Grandpa don't come home, we own the house. All we're trying to do is, we're Native Hawaiian, we make, that's all we got. If we get our Hawaiian homes, now I can give it to my kids. The bloodline continues. That's what this is about.
So Keola, if I could add a couple more things. I do want to say, I don't fault you for being here. You're doing your job. You're here to represent the trust, and I understand that. I think it's also important to understand, if I didn't say this, it's important to remind people that it's the Hawaiian Home Commission that governs the Department of Hawaiian Homelands. We govern the Department of Hawaiian Homelands. I may have missed this too, but I think it's the most critical point. When it comes to senior housing, according to the 2020 survey, only 2.7% want that for themselves. So what does this suggest? The kupuna who participated in this survey, what it suggests is they want their leases. And so when we divert trust assets for this kind of purpose, what does that do? What it does is the kupuna who have likely waited the longest on the list, who still want their lease, are likely to wait even longer. What this also suggests, and I get what you're saying, Keola, I don't want to see Lunalilo disappear. Likewise, I don't want to see more kupuna disappear on our wait list and lose that opportunity, that legacy that they choose for themselves and for their loved ones. What this constitutes is a delay. It's a delay in meeting the needs of our people, and we cannot do that. It's not that I think your mandate is not noble. I support it, but I would ask that you consider OHA, Kamehameha Schools, Bishop Estate, and other agencies, Native Hawaiian agencies, that have a broader purpose, a broader mandate. When I started this, we're around 28,000. We are now approaching 29,000. We cannot continue misappropriating our assets and think we're going to bring down that list. So, Keola, mahalo for being here. My mana'o is not intended to disparage your mission. It's just to share with you my position and my responsibility to our beneficiaries. Mahalo.
Commissioner Howell? Thank you for allowing me to speak, but also I apologize for my delay here. As you know, I come from Molokai and we have only one carrier. It's called Mokulele, but it's more Mokulele. Mokulele. But thank you for waiting for this particular item. For me, as a commissioner, I serve the beneficiaries. That's my number one kuleana, okay? And that's my understanding when I first became a commissioner. And I'll give full support, 100% or more, to my beneficiaries. And that's my first kuleana. And for me, they are a priority, okay? When you look at the wait list, 28,000 plus, and it's probably going to grow to maybe another 2,000 in the next year or so. So we got to take care of those people first, okay? And, for example, I had a mother-in-law from Kauai on the wait list, and now she's part of that Kalima lawsuit. She applied for her land in 1963, but she's not here today. So if we continue to not focus on our beneficiaries, a lot of people is going to leave us as well. So for me, sorry, Keola, I had to do some homework this weekend. I had so much kuleana on Molokai. I lost my nephew, and we had a celebration of life this past Saturday, and I got the packet on Thursday, so I had to scramble to go over whatever was important for me to know before I got here this morning. But yeah, it's very difficult for me to support something like this right now. For me, I'm focusing on our beneficiaries right now to get them on the land. That is my number one priority. And to protect the trust. Thank you.
Okay, would you guys like to?
So if I could, Chair, so first, try to take as much as I can. The reason why it says properties is because there's two TMK. It was not intended to create any kind of confusion. The other thing I wanted to point out is that the attachment was the same for the original submittal. And the second, which was the appraisal, I thought it was very important that you folks get the appraisal so you can see what the property is worth. The intention behind this is to serve beneficiaries and those on the Kauai DHHL Island waitlist. So the intention is for beneficiaries. I thought it was very critical, the information you folks shared. I completely agree that that is what our applicants would like in terms of their preference, turnkey, vacant lot, and what you folks were citing to. But a key part of the beneficiary survey talks about where do Kauai residents who are on DHHL's list, where do they live now? So of the 1,434 who live on the island of Kauai, these are our applicants, that 45% or 645 reside on the island of Kauai. They own their own current home. But we know oftentimes those that own their current home, it's multi-generational. So they have multiple people living in the home. So in theory, they could be available if they have other applicants on the wait list living in that home could potentially reside in these rental units. In addition, those that do not own a home, where are they living in the meantime? These are our current beneficiaries. And I think Keola's story was sort of relaying that issue, that in the meantime, while they're waiting, and we know many have waited for years because there hasn't been sufficient funding provided by the federal government or the state government to provide lots. This is an opportunity to just help families in the meantime. Kupuna transitional housing, it was intended for beneficiaries on our wait list. Either they're kupuna, or if they're not kupuna and they're on the wait list, they can use it to rent in the meantime, so that no more than 30% of their income is being paid for their rent. They can use the rest to save towards potentially getting a homestead award and getting that lot. That's still the end goal. But in the meantime, where do our people live? And we see the census statistics that show that over 50% of our people are living outside of Hawaii. So this is just an opportunity to help people reside in the meantime. I think the advantage of this is we didn't have to use all of the resources to purchase it. The idea is to use $25 million in NAHASDA, these are federal funds, and hopefully leverage other funds, the low-income housing tax credits, the rental housing revolving fund, to purchase, make some renovations on the map that's in the submittal. It tells you some of the units have been renovated, some have not. Do those renovations, and then have a manager so that our applicants have an opportunity to live in current housing while the homesteads are being developed, while you guys are doing your great effort to get homesteads with the 600 million. This would not interfere at all with the 600 million. This wouldn't interfere with all the other projects that NAHASDA has. I'm very grateful for our congressional delegation for increasing the amount of funding that we've received from 2 million to 22 million. So this was just an opportunity to try and leverage funds, but really the goal is to assist our beneficiaries. And I did have an opportunity, I didn't get through all of them. I only saw them this morning, the petition, and I was going through to see. The concerns really center around one, if they're kupuna, the concern is if they pass away, is there an opportunity that their successor, I know this chairman is looking at opportunities that where maybe an undivided interest lease could issue to that kupuna so that they have something to pass down. Because right now, if they pass away on the wait list, they don't have anything to pass down if their successor is less than 50%. That's one potential opportunity for kupuna. And in the meantime, it's to house, just to be clear, at the same time, NAHASDA is funding a kupuna rental subsidy that CNHA is administering for us. We have kupuna who are 62 years. If you go to CNHA's website, what I like about it is they have a current dashboard where you can see how many people that we're assisting right now that would meet these requirements, and they're living throughout the state of Hawaii. So there is a need there, but I deeply appreciate the concerns that have been expressed by those who testified as well as the commissioners. I think we're just trying to find solutions to assist our beneficiaries in the meantime. I was going to address the DHHL side. I'm not sure if you had any other comments.
Lehua, if I would like to say something. So this is about having the ability to shape a narrative according to your view. But this isn't about your view. This is about the study that you cited in your narrative, and your view moves in the opposite direction of the very study you used to justify us approving this. There's many different ways we can view a position, but the survey you cited speaks the truth as it relates to our beneficiaries. I also want to say, when I was growing up, it was not unusual for kupuna to come live with their parents. Today, that has changed. Multi-family generational situations are primarily often families coming home to the kupuna and the makua. It's not the kupuna that needs help finding a home. It's the kupuna wanting to find homes for their keiki. And that is my situation. We got it resolved. It took years. But many of my family, our friends, that is their challenge. Where are we going to put our keiki? We get one home. They're living with us. This is a different era. And the housing crisis that is upon us today does not mean that our kupuna looking for places to live, it's their kids. And while some of that may be true, that kupuna want to go into a senior living situation, the study shows only 1.3% have touched Lunalilo. This is about the survey that you have put into your submittal. And now you're trying to reshape a narrative that goes counter to that. I do not support that.
So Leho, I just wanted, if you don't mind, Chair.
Yeah.
Leho, you know, your numbers you brought out about, you know, there's could mean applicants would want to reside in this rental, may potentially be, could express interest in a rental. That's all smoke and mirrors. We don't know that. And in the actual survey, we do say that I think there's around 50% people that are 80% AMI. This project is 60% AMI. So that even cuts the number farther. What I see this project turning into in 10 years, non-native Hawaiians living there. That's what I see happen to it. Look what happened with Little Homes. How many native Hawaiians do you have now? This is a problem. This, you know, when if this is our investment, it has to make money. It has to fend for itself. If we run out of native Hawaiians that say, I don't want to live there, I want to stay with my kids, who are we going to put there? Non-native Hawaiians. I see that's not good. I just want to make one more, well, first one point, and I'm just going to throw the KL out right now.
Yeah, let's have other commissioners have an opportunity.
Chair,
too,
just
guys.
a moment, please.
Okay.
I just want to put out to all the female applicants. You know that 58% of our applicants are female. Thank you. Thank you very much. The last, and I'll be done here, Chair. Number 3 on the proposal at the end says, upon the end of this period, Lunalilo Trust will be given the first right of refusal to purchase the project and retain a licensed general lease. I don't understand it. If you're going to purchase the project, it means you own it. But then you're going to retain a lease. So it's either one or the other. And this right will be available at a nominal fee, highlighting the trust's significant role and ongoing commitment to the project. They have no skin in the game. They're not putting any money up. It's our money. And there you have first right of refusal at a nominal fee. Sorry, folks, I've owned many homes. When I sell them, market value. Okay, I'm done. Thank you. I will not be voting in favor of this measure. Thank you.
Any other comment? Commissioner Freitas?
A couple questions and just forgive me if I didn't have a chance to. I was here and the Kona airport closed yesterday, so I couldn't go home and actually get my hard copy. And I have a hard time sometimes reading things off of the internet. I'm sorry. So this project you're proposing, how do you see it playing out? How do you see it in your perfect world playing out? I agree with a lot of the people, things that are being said. I understand the passion and the emotion that's involved because of what our people have been through, the broken promises that they've been through since, let's go back to 1893. But I do believe we gotta think outside the box sometimes. I do think we gotta be creative in some aspects. You're right, there's a major sticking point, which is the leases. Now, if we can somehow overcome that hurdle, overcome that hindrance, where we attach a lease so that the kupuna can pass it down. I think that's a big thing. Also, does it have to be, again, sorry for my ignorance on this question, does it have to be restricted to kupuna? Because the word rental, I get it, because you're just renting, you're paying somebody else's mortgage, you're paying somebody else's bills. The word transitional housing, I kind of gravitate more towards that, and there's a multitude of reasons. You know, the 29,000 person wait list we look at, you know, how many people have been offered turnkeys and just can't afford them? You know, the cost of labor, the cost of materials, now it's hard. A lot of people don't have the resources to build their own. In Waimea, in the Pukapu area, they're very resourceful. They can make a Matson container look like it belongs in a Kahala Hilton. So I think those are the questions I have. You know, a lot of people in my generation who may not have the mechanisms or the means to do either. That transitional piece of it, I think, might be very beneficial for them. I just need more information. I need more clarity on this. And yeah, thank you.
So I'll start and then I'll let Keola take over. So basically the intention again is to assist those who are on DHHL's Hawaii Island waitlist. It doesn't have to be kupuna, they can be just anyone on that wait list by date of application would be given an opportunity. They do have to be 60% AMI or below if you use the low-income housing tax credits. Nahasda is 80% AMI or below. So that is definitely the intention to serve our beneficiaries. And also, I think just to add on to Commissioner Nevis's concerns about the transaction, it's really about the project itself, meaning all of these units. Ultimately, DHHL owns the land. So there's an opportunity in 15 years, if we find, for example, if we find that we don't have enough beneficiaries, I hope we don't get there. But if we do, basically Luna Lilo Trust has the option to purchase some of those units and then they can serve, but it would be at market rate. We wouldn't be, the nominal fee is just for the option. They still would have to pay market rate for those units. So, you know, I think again, the intention is to serve beneficiaries, and then I don't know if Keola wanted to elaborate.
Yes, the intention is not to transfer an asset to Luna Lilo. The underlying land will always be transferred into the DHHL trust, and that will remain with the DHHL trust. It's that at that 15-year LIHTC end date, then there's a limited partnership. That's what's identified there as a limited partnership. That's an investment vehicle for the investors, the LIHTC investors. So when they get out, not cashed out, but when they then step away, someone else takes the building. And that's what that right of first refusal is meant to be. And it's meant to cash out or to refinance the remaining debt, because not all the debt will be paid off, to refinance the remaining debt, and then who's going to manage that going forward. So that's what that was meant to capture, is that at the end of the 15 years, then Luna Lilo will manage this going forward. You asked Commissioner Freitas how this plays out. That, I think our entire intention is to help the department address the wait list. This project is an opportunity. Is it the best opportunity? I think some of us may have different opinions on that. It is a large project. It is 82 units. It is a multi-bedroom project, multifamily project. But this is an opportunity to acquire housing that we can then make available to people on the wait list and beneficiaries. You know, if there are some kupuna who are living with their keiki or with their adult children, you know, we're unfortunately living in a time where that doesn't always play out well. You know, this is happening in amongst our communities. When I was on the continent, it's happening amongst the tribal communities where these multi-generational households, some of them, the kupuna really need to get out. And so this is really meant to just give an opportunity for different families whose situations may benefit from this to then have the ability either to move into stable housing where the rent is affordable, truly affordable, or to move some people out of that multi-generational household so that they can be more healthy with each other and reduce the pilikia that might be there within the family. So this is just, you know, we're going to need so many different ways to address the housing crisis, and this is one way.
Okay, one more question. Sorry, Chair. From a financial literacy perspective, I think that's a key, you know, that's another key piece in this. Financial literacy, understanding bills, understanding prioritizing your bills, prioritizing certain aspects of your life to achieve your goal, to achieve that dream of having a house, picket fence, land, all those kind of things. How does that play into your formula?
So we are working with the Hawaii Community Assets, Hawaii Community Lending, and we also have our own social workers. So what we plan to do is to work with Hawaii Community Assets because they've done a lot of work in helping Native Hawaiian households build the financial literacy. And really, oftentimes it's more than literacy. It's securing additional resources because, you know, when you're at minimum wage, financial literacy only gets you so far. So really, it's about helping them secure additional resources as well so that they're able to start saving. And at a 30% of income rent, that really is a game changer for many households, especially with our current housing situation. So our plan for this project, and really for any projects with DHHL beneficiaries, is if they're on the wait list or somehow wanting to get a DHHL Homestead Award, that we will work with community partners like Hawaiian Community Assets and provide assets ourselves to help resources ourselves, social workers, to help them prepare for eventually getting an award and qualifying for the mortgage.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
I have, I think this is my final comment. Again, that's a narrative that sounds very nice. It's a good marketing mana'o strategy. But again, it goes against what our beneficiaries are asking, number one. Number two, what they're also asking for, if you're going to spend $44 million, spend it on waitlist reduction, immediate waitlist reduction. This should not be a top-down process. This is becoming a top-down process because no one's listening to what we are being asked to do. This should be a bottom-up process. And here we are now being asked to support maybe a top-down process. I take strong exception to what this is becoming. Because where we are aligned is serving beneficiaries. Where we depart company is when a submittal goes against what we are being asked to do on their behalf. So we can get into all kinds of discussion about financial literacy, about the housing crisis and rentals. But look, this is not we cannot be all things to all people. DHHL must first and foremost look at waitlist reduction as we have been asked to do. So I feel like there's something else in my head, but I'm going to stop there because I don't think it's going to change where you guys are coming from, but I find it very disturbing. Thank you.
Yeah, let me say a few words here, gang. I find it somewhat concerning that there's not a recognition of what we're trying to do here. Here we are trying to work with an elite trust entity that has maybe a dismal record, similar to DHHL's record over the last 100 years. We didn't have the resources, we were abused, our lands were taken, we were given the Opala for lands to develop, which was very, very expensive and very, unusable. And so, but there were changes that were made not only for our program, but more importantly, there was an outreach and partnering with some of the elite trusts. And I go back way, when I first got this job, 20-something years ago, Monsignor Kekumano came to me and said, Kali, let's do something to help our beneficiaries. Let's work together. And so we had the Lunalilo, as well as Alolike, we had commitment schools, we had OHA, we had DHHL, and we combined to create the Kulano Iwi on Molokai, this multi-service center that stands today and provides a whole slew of services that are desperately needed by our beneficiaries. Well, as another example, Commitment Schools reached out to us based on the requests of our Homestead Association, Anakuli. So we created the Ho'okaha Cultural Learning Center, Kalani Ho'okaha Learning Center, which stands today as a testament to the partnership that DHHL as well as the Homestead Association made with Commitment Schools. And so that's another good example of where the partnerships can really make a difference. You go to Waimanalo, what do you have over there? You have the Kupuna Housing, but you also have a commercial center that's run by the Homestead Association, along with Ilio Kalani Children's Center. You go throughout our communities, you see Kamehameha that have set up learning institutions on our lands to provide a more wholesome and complete service to our communities. And today, I sit here and I look at Lunalilo. Granted, they have a very, very dismal record. They got their land stolen by mismanagement. So does that serve as a basis to not outreach, to not partner, to not address the kupuna on our waiting list, as well as the people on our waiting list that need that transitional help, that counseling, that help, that puts them in a position to qualify for that loan, to qualify for a homestead lease, to qualify for a job. That's what it's about, creating these opportunities and partnerships between all the elite trusts to collectively work to better the conditions of our beneficiaries. When you look at the act, you say, oh, it's exclusively the three purposes. No, read the act. The act says more than that. It allows us to do multi-unit rentals. And you guys put a whole bunch of weight on the survey. Now really take a look at that survey. What is it really about? You're asking a person, what would you like? Of course they're gonna answer, yeah, I want a 3-4 bedroom house with a carport or an enclosed garage and all this wonderful thing, because that's what I want. But is that realistic? Is it realistic that 40% of the homeless are Native Hawaiians? Is it realistic that we have the lowest ownership rates in home ownership in all the different ethnic groups? Is it realistic that we're the most overcrowded households in the state? You go the health issues, the fact that we have a aging wait list. How do we address their needs? And I think the only way we address it is by creating projects like this, where we use and leverage the federal funding that has just recently started to get released, and leverage that with the new market tax credits, with the LIHTC, as well as bonds, and as well as other sources that the department has never really used in the past, except on very limited occasions. They used it on the Kupuna Housing in Waimanalo successfully, and now we have 80-something units over there that are servicing our kupuna. Initially, they had a problem renting out, but now they've converted where it's exclusively Native Hawaiians that are the tenants. So Lunalilo Homes, yeah, they have a dismal record, but they also have somebody that I admire quite a bit, because he took and left a high-paying job to come back to Hawaii and take on this challenge is to address the needs of our kupuna. But not only that, but he read the trust document and he was able to interpret it as not necessarily limiting their services to kupuna, but expanding and helping the indigent as well as the other people on our wait list that they're focusing on. And they're doing it in a way where they partner in us. When we go into HHFDC, it's not a private developer that's going in. It's a development and a partnership between DHHL and Lunalilo Homes. Of course, we have in a limited partner, the entity that buys the tax credits, that has to take the write-offs, but they go away. At the end of the day, this is an asset that we build using all our resources, primarily, if not all, from the federal government, tax investors, as well as a fund that was set up by the legislature to put up this over $50 million facility that will stay within our trust to service the people on our wait list, give preference, provide programs for the kupuna. Now, if they want to migrate and take their standing in the wait list to execute and have an award and take an award, maybe jointly with their kids, they have that option. It doesn't preclude them from that. And those that are on the wait list that are not kupuna also have that option because they will be in a position where they have affordable housing that's very, not only rent-wise, very affordable, but also they'll provide and receive the counseling that they need to position them to get an award. So this is just a transitional, a kupuna option to stay permanently if they want to stay and avail themselves of all these programs that these guys will be providing. Great, they have that option. But if they want to migrate and get into a homestead lease, they have that option. So it's not, where we're taking people from all over the areas that will come into this facility. The focus is the people, our beneficiaries on the wait list, just like we're doing with the Uluke Kukui project. That's another similar situation where Lunalilo has stepped up. They've taken over the certified kitchen. They've gotten grants where they now provide and process food for our kupuna. They're also looking at doing a respite care. They've also are working with Catholic Charities as well as CNHA, as well as Hawaiian Community Assets. And eventually, the facility will be converted from an 80-unit to a 40-unit upgraded, renovated facility for people off our wait list. So this is sort of like a second project. But it's nothing new, it's nothing unusual, and in that case, we also are using LIHTC, not LIHTC, but the Rental Housing Revolving Fund, as well as NAHAZA, to create another facility to create an opportunity for safe environment, put your family in, that they're protected, they have nice facilities, they're also receiving the counseling, whatever you want to do in order to transition into a permanent housing. That's what we're talking about. We're talking about our beneficiaries, guys. We're not talking about buying some investment and giving it to some third party. Even the development team. This is a novel and unique approach in which the department becomes the developer, in which the department goes into HHFDC and access all these different federal funds, as well as state funds, as well as county funds, to make this thing happen. You say, well, why don't you reach out to the other trust beneficiaries? We have discussions with OHA. They're very interested in partnering and providing some funding to some of and help facilitate the acquisition of these kind of projects. And we're also not talking about the existing land inventory. This is new land that we're adding to our trust. So when you say, okay, you're undermining the beneficiaries under this trust, we're expanding the assets of this trust. And more importantly, we're addressing the guys that really need to be addressed so that they can have a safe environment, that they can transition if they want to into a homestead and protect their family, have a homestead. We got all this other funding, but we're not going to limit ourselves just because you say, well, we just got to address the wait list. We are addressing the wait list, but in a different process. And I think this is very, very important what we're doing. So I thank you, Keola, and I thank you, Lehua, for kind of putting this package together, but also recognize it's not just their package, this is a DHHL package that we're putting together.
So Chair, if I could, I do read the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act. I am familiar with it. I do have to revisit it at times because I just have to. But it does not mean that just because we can, that we should. That's what I'm saying. And when you mention the partnerships, when you mention Lili'u Okalani Trust, Kamehameha, where are they? Where are they, and why are not they participating?
On the street, they're there. In
Why,
Nanakuli.
what I'm saying is, Bishop Estate, these other trust entities, why are they not seated at the table to collaborate and think through how we might best leverage our trust assets? I mean, these are the issues that we are tasked to look at. And I will say, I'm a little concerned when you say, what I say, I'm part of a commission body that oversees the Department of Hawaiian Homelands. So while we may not agree, it's intended to serve our beneficiaries. And so I respect everybody's mana'o here today. I don't agree, but I do respect everybody's mana'o.
That's fine.
And I'm not speaking down to anyone here who is saying what they feel they should say. So thank you.
Any other comments? Okay, let's
Chair,
see.
may I make?
Yeah.
Chair?
Oh.
May I
Yeah,
make
speak up
just
louder, man.
3 really quick points. The history of the trust and the land, the loss of the land, is about the first trustees being the same individuals who participated in the overthrow of the monarchy. This was not about a mismanagement, this was about a theft. We did have a brief conversation about that right of first refusal in there. If that is the commissioner's, one of the commissioner's primary concerns, that is something that can be taken out. That should not be, there as a deal breaker. It was just to address that LIHTC 15-year issue. And then finally, Napua Luna Lilo is the nonprofit that we are creating. I just wanted to answer the question of the commissioner. And that is the nonprofit that's referred to in there. We are creating a nonprofit for a variety of reasons, because we have a really strange IRS status. 501c3, yes, but a strange IRS status that we're trying to resolve with the creation of a new nonprofit. And that nonprofit is Napua Luna Lilo. And we are open and actually planning to create an advisory board because we want to have engagement with communities. And so I just wanted to share all of that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, let's see. How about Pat Kahawai Ola'a? Okay, what's the next one? Kainoa McDonald.
Aloha Commission. Can you hear me? Aloha Commission. I'm not sure if my photo is up. Today is a really windy.
Are you on?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Barely.
Okay. Can you hear me now? Okay. Not sure if my video's up, but today's been a really, really windy day on Maui. So mahalo nui for this time, commission and commissioners. Again, my name is Kainoa McDonald. I am a descendant of the Kukahiko Ohana, which is 104 years of kupuna living on this aina. I am an officer on the statewide Homestead Association board, protecting the interests of 29,000 on the wait list. Our all mission is ending the DHHL wait list. The average age of a waitlisted is 60 years old. As a statewide waitlist homestead association, we are opposed to the issuance of the 25 million to put 82 of us into rentals. We want every penny of every resource available at DHHL to be spent issuing us homestead lots. We want every penny of every resource available at DHHL. Oh, okay. There was a feedback. Kalamai. As a statewide waitlist homestead association, we are opposed to the issuance of 25 million to put 82 of us into rentals. We want every penny of each resource available to DHHL to be spent issuing us homestead lots, promised to us since 1920, 104 years ago. I and many others do not want to die on this wait list in an apartment owned by a non-beneficiary organization. Lunalito is an ali'i trust that cares for elders, and it's a good and decent mission. We implore Lunalito to seek 25 million from philanthropic or other private sector funds for their desire to purchase the 44 million apartment complex on Kauai. Do not take our money away from the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act Land Trust. The state just settled a lawsuit by our waitlist Hawaiians under the Kalima lawsuit. That was all about waiting decades due to the mismanagement of DHHL. We believe if DHHL gives our resources to Lunalito for their rental assets, it is yet another mismanagement that leads to further waiting. We want DHHL to issue us lots, not apartments. Included in my submission or my testimony, we have submitted under the Aole petition, which up until a little less than an hour ago has received 116 responses from beneficiaries. I believe what Commissioner Awo showed was 70. It's since doubled within the hour. There was no opportunity for beneficiaries to log on to the DHHL website to be able to provide testimony, as there were technical challenges. So together, over less than 24 hours, we've submitted the Aole petition, and I hope that this body will consider highly what the beneficiaries want. Mahalo nui for this time. Aloha.
Okay, thank you. The next, Patty Toria.
For your lunch, yeah. Aloha kako again. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Commissioners, aloha. C1, I strongly oppose no usage of Hawaiian homelands for development of rentals, condos, or any workforce housing and result to the non-beneficiaries residing on Hawaiian homelands while thousands of our waitlisters are waiting. I did want to highlight that I did attend in Maui this past weekend to the Shaw Convention in Maui. It was really an educational fellowship type of convention that I was glad to participate. I did want to mention that what Kainoa had mentioned of the convention, especially for the island of Hawaii, most of your homestead associations all attended. They were the highest of all participants that attended the Shaw. Also with Lanai and Maui and Kauai, we had a lot of homestead associations participated. We did speak about C1 coming up at the Shaw on the Sunday event, and it was unanimously not supported on providing this a project for Lulolino. And I did want to mention that it was talked with the Shaw and the participations of all the homestead associations. I also did want to clearly mention also, Chairman, you made statements, which was clearly okay on Nanakuli and the projects that we have, which is on Kamehameha School, on the Hawaiian Homestead in Nanakuli Village. But I did also want to make clear that the Commission understand that Nanakuli Hawaiian Homestead is not active. And we continue to remind the commission, and our community. We don't have a Nanakuli Hawaiian Homestead Association. Our last meeting was held October 16, 2016. And with that, it is sad because attending the Shaw Convention and as a lessee in Nanakuli Series 7, I couldn't vote because we don't have a homestead. I couldn't voice anything at the Shaw Convention because of the inactive existing Nanakuli Hawaiian homestead. And I want to make that really clear because it's not only for me, it's the other homesteads that we have that we don't meet, we don't discuss, we don't dialogue, and it really hurts our community in the Nanakuli homestead, one of the oldest homesteads too, in Kealana, Series 7, and Nanakuli. Our homestead, it's unusual that our homestead under DCCA is underneath a developer. Most homesteads is under their homesteads. Our homestead in Nanakuli Hawaiian Homesteads is under HCDB, Hawaii Community Development Board. I'm not sure why the control of that is under our homesteads. So when I say we don't meet, we don't vote, we don't have membership, it really hurts a lot of our beneficiaries to be a voice to you and when we go to conventions like that. So I did want to mention that for the record, bringing that up. Other than that, I'll stand firm in not supporting this. This leaves no legacy to our successorship, and developers becomes the beneficiary. So thank you for the opportunity. Aloha.
Patty, let me ask you something. Weren't you supportive of kupuna housing in Waianae? Weren't you
sorry?
supportive of kupuna housing in Waianae?
I did at one point, but not at
Not
the
anymore.
point that you were talking about at the cross of sewers where the sewer plant is. I really
no.
object to that.
So what about moving it? It's
well-
being moved. Are you supportive of kupuna housing there?
Depending where the kupuna housing is proposed, depending how the community feels. It's just not about me, Kali.
No, but I'm asking
It's
you.
about, well,
Are you
it's about
supportive
my
of it?
community and my homestead, which I mentioned, we don't have a vote. So,
No, I'm asking you, are you supportive of kupuna housing?
like I said, it depends where and what location we're going to propose that. Not across a sewer plant, of course not.
No.
But if there is a nice location where Hawaiian Homes may be able to propose, and
You'd be supportive.
looking at, well, I got to take a look at that. I'm not going to come on here on the record and say I support it, but looking who manages it, and if that's going to help our waitlisters and kupunas want that, then of course. But if it's not, then so that's something that we can talk about in dialogue. Yeah.
Okay.
And maybe, Chairman, I can ask you to dialogue with the Nanakuli Hawaiian Homestead is activating our homestead.
Yeah, we're
so we
working on
can
that.
participate. We can be a membership. We can be a voting membership and come to this board. It's really important, and it hurts us as Nanakuli, I'll be honest, is that when you listen to all these wonderful homesteads and have wonderful projects, we sit there like a stepchild that we don't, Kali. We can't come. We don't have the participation. You and I had this conversation many years. And this is what we need. We need to come back together,
Right.
the lahui.
It
And maybe
really is
with,
a matter of the association, and we're having discussions with them to activate it.
to
There's a
have
new
voting membership.
Pro Chai is working there. She's bringing on new board members. So I anticipate it'll be very, very active.
Kali, you cannot just bring board members. You have to vote a membership when you have a homestead.
apparently they
it's
have
not
new
just
members.
bringing people who you want, who's going to
No,
support.
no, it's not me. It's,
But what I'm trying to say
are
is
the
that we
ones that
have
have
to
to
have
decide
a
that.
voting community membership.
I agree.
And so, yeah, so it's
agree.
not Pearl Chai
We're
bringing
on the
in
same
or-
page on
yeah.
that. I agree with you.
And I think we need a lot of improvement. And I speak on behalf of Nanakuli. I'm a lessee. I'm not gonna go nowhere. You, one day we'll all go. I'm a lessee. I'll continue to be here to advocate for the beneficiaries and for the people.
That's fine.
Thank you
Ben.
so much.
Let's see, Abner Nakehe.
Aloha, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Commission. Thank you guys for this time. I really enjoyed the Shaw Convention, and I enjoyed the presentation about all the homes coming up. There's a lot of stuff going on, especially on Maui. I'm a lessee at the Villages of Leali'i, been there since the beginning. So we've been there for 15 years, and it's exciting that Leali'i 1B is coming up soon. But on C1, as a Hawaiian, anything Hawaiian, I am for. And the kupuna housing does help our people, but at the convention, I really learned that it would also have non-Hawaiians. And so that's why I oppose C1. And I love everything business. I really do, especially on our homelands. So this rental thing that they are talking about, our people can do it on ourselves. That way we know it'll go to our people. It'll go to my daughter and their kids and my neighbors' kids. We should be running this as an association. And another thing that was really that really made me happy was seeing the Kapule Association that will get the monies from the leases for those commercial places, because I'm part of the Honokawai and we have commercial and industrial, and that made me happy because I don't have to go outwards and figure it out. I can take a trip now to Kapolei and be like, hey, I want to put a Walmart on our land at benefit, and then with the monies from that, I would do this rental housing, and I can do it, or we can do it as an association, and it'll stay in with us. Lastly, again, anything for Hawaiians, I am all for, but the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act, this is really specific. This is just strictly for beneficiaries. And another thing, my mom is on the waiting list. What is she's doing is she's trying to get the Hawaiian homesteads in Waikapu. I think they changed their name to Pu'uhona. Her plan is to get it and give it to my sister. So, as a mom, as a kupuna, getting to a kupuna, that is her thinking. So, but yes, I oppose C1. Thank you guys so much.
Okay, who's next? Yeah, Jermaine Myers. Jermaine Myers.
Thank you, commissioners. I wanted to finish up my testimony from this morning about why I strongly oppose C1. As Keola shared his mo'olelo, I want to share mine's. My maternal grandmother is from Ho'olehua, Moloka'i. She was born and raised there. My maternal grandfather is from Keawe, Hawaii. That's why his middle name is Keawe. My paternal grandparents are from Manoa and Kapahulu, Oahu, respectively. My paternal grandparents got their lease in Nanakuli Hawaiian Homestead in 1933. My maternal grandparents got their lease in Nanakuli in 1940. One set of grandparents got 16 children, the other got 14. I got my lease when my uncle transferred his lot to me in 2001. And ever since then, getting my lot, I advocate for other Native Hawaiians like me that are still on the wait list to get their lots, to get off the list and get on the land. Number one on this agenda is to purchase using $27.4 million of NAHASDA DHHL funds. The last on it is to apply for low-income housing tax credit. That means we're buying something and we're committing to it, whether or not we're going to get the money back or not. In Lehua's report to commissioners in August 2023 at the Hawaiian Homes Commission meeting on Kauai, she shared the 2022-23 NAHASDA report of how funds were spent, including its priorities. In the report, 12 NAHASDA priorities were identified. 11 will be ignored or dismissed or diminished because monies are being diverted to the acquisition of the property. And I share them with you right now because some of them, no money was spent. So let's talk about the monies that weren't spent. NAHASDA monies weren't spent on these priorities. $0 were spent on priority number 2, down payment closing cost assistance. $0 were spent on home assistance program. $0 were spent on DHHL Disability Rental Assistance Program. $0 were spent on crime prevention. Those were NAHASDA priorities. Monies were spent on these other NAHASDA priorities, and they include 2022 capital improvement projects, homeowners financing, Waimana, oh, that's kupuna, that is going down to outside of rental, housing counseling, homeowner assistance, existing potable water infrastructure improvements, housing conversion, and planning and administration. That's where monies went, 11 priorities. 4 of them, of the 11, 0. One priority was for rental, just one priority. But yet we're being told to spend $25 million. I'd like to see a report on how the monies is being spent in these different priorities on the different islands and how much lots it entered into. Today's submittal also fails to disclose the amount of monies DHHL has already allocated to subsidize the one and only kupuna rental in Waimanalo on DHHL lands, which from 2017 to 2046, the remainder of the low-income housing tax credit existence, it plans to put subsidized monies into. This project was supposed to be self-sustaining. However, and it was collaborated with OHA back then. However, according to the news reports in 2016 and ex-commissioner Uncle Joe Tasso, the management company were raising the rent, of which many kupuna couldn't afford. And moving forward, because of that mistake, in 2017, it was $250,000 of NAHASDA funds. In 2023, it's over $750,000. Now you're talking about putting more money into rental, including, this doesn't identify subsidies. And last, it's a month-to-month lease. It's not a 99-year legacy lease. Now we're turning Luna Lino from a benefactor to a beneficiary with our $27.4 million. But yet, $0 will be given to a Native Hawaiian to put on their home loan to buy their home. If they wanted to spend $300,000 on a home or $500,000, no more grant. They're gonna get $0. But Luna Lilo Trust gonna get one acquisition and an asset for $27.4 million. Wow. Luna Lilo's trustees stated in a publication recently that Luna Lilo is no longer a trust. They don't have trust funds. Instead, they are a nonprofit. I'm offended that Luna Lilo came to Wainaimoku using Ulukekukui to, quote, serve our community, Wainaimoku. Yet they serve our community by paying their workers to make meals, but our community members have to volunteer and use their vehicle and their gas to deliver the meals. Why is that? How much more duplication of that is gonna happen? And I won't spend any more time, but tomorrow I'll share with you the rest of my testimony and how they're applying for state grant funds because they're unsustainable. If they don't can sustain one Luna Lilo home with 42 beds or 43 beds, how are they going to sustain all these other places? How? They're going to keep asking my tax dollars for money, which I showed you in my copies and my testimony and my J agenda tomorrow. Kel Kuapu, God bless all of you.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else? Jojo.
Thank you, Chair. I wanted to testify on this also, except I have a different take on it because Kauai doesn't have water, so we can't build anything. But let me tell you a short story I'd like to share with all the commissioners. And that is when we first came to Kauai, we had accelerated awards, which nobody could even go visit their own award. The problem was we had people that had moved from elsewhere to Kauai hoping to get on their lands. So when you're talking about this transitional housing, this kupuna housing, and all this kind of stuff, our community, our whole homestead in Kauai did not have an association to work with. We created it. And the families that came from away the gathering that we had, the leadership that we had until we had the vote, we worked with all the people, all the businesses in the community. They donated to the association to make a transitional housing. Transitional is our name to build for people that have to go live on a beach. And in Kauai High, we have this historic wing called Mumuku. And this wing take your house next door, and he move your car to the next lot too. And so we couldn't leave these people to live on the beach. We created a transitional housing. The Hawaiian Homes wouldn't give us land, so we had to go next door to Queen Emma. We got all the material, we got all of the connections, the expenses, the labor, the expertise to help us build. And what I'm trying to say is that the community is not without. We're going to spend all of this money that maybe the waitlist people are not in favor of. That was our resolution to this transitional housing. That's our name. Today, the county is claiming it's such a success that they want to expand what they took from us. Also, we also had plans from developers so that we could create a kupuna housing in Kauai High. We took it to the planning department, they took that and they put this in Waimea. So the community is not without. It's just that you need the Hawaiian Homes help. My background, I was lucky. I had all of kupuna in Kauai High. This is what they wanted. This is what they thought was good for the next generation, for the people that needed to get on their awards. And so this was their resolution, and we helped you build this. And so that's how we had 2 generations of Hawaiian people that couldn't get on the homestead. We had to wait. We had the award, but we cannot get on the land. This was their help for us to get a transitional housing. And then we got a kupuna housing, and all that got taken away by the county because the department didn't want to help us. So our first step in Kauai High is give us the water. We want to put these things back in Kauai High on 10,000 acres. On Kauai, you're only looking for 127 acres. We got a lot more people on this island that are on a wait list. They might want to live down here. And I wanted to share that with everybody. We're not without, and we're not stupid people. We can. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Jojo. One last testify, Patrick.
Okay, I'm sorry, I can't do the video, but that's okay. You can hear my voice. I heard the comments again in the discussion among the commissioners and with Ms. Kano and Mr. Dean. I also would want to direct the parties, the commissioners, that Chair Watson, you mentioned that the act clearly says that multifamily dwellings are there, but multifamily dwellings was never in the original part of the act. It was added on in 1997 to Public Law 99557 in Act 196, 1997. So, let's get clarity. That's 27 years ago, 27 years. The act is 103 years old. So let's not make that confusion. I'd like to also share my Mo'okua house since people are doing it. In 1934, my mom, Rose Mauna Dart from Kaupo, Maui, received a lot in Keaukaha 10 years after Keaukaha was settled. Keaukaha was settled in 1924. My mom was allotted a lot in 1934. She passed when I was 6 in 1950. It went to my dad. She died in 1950. Do you know when the department said he was going to be the lessee? In 1955, he was granted to be the successor. That's how long it took. And it seems like it's continued on When people die, it take long time just to move the paper. But my dad got it, and in 1979, I died. My dad was Anton Kahabai Ola'a Sr. from Kapaya, Kauai. I'm the only one born and raised in Kilcar. My oldest brother has a homestead in Waimanalo now. So 10 years after Kilcar, I became the successor. It just bothers me that the commission does have lawsuits were filed. One was alluded to today by Commissioner Nevis, that the fiduciary duties, you got to act like it's your own wallet, your own budget. And I'm proud to say that that's the lawsuit that came out of Kilcar Panaeva Community Association did that lawsuit. Kilcar Panaeva Association created the Ahuna case. It was people out of Kilcar because we saw that when 25 acres of our land was taken for a flood control. So we need to understand the commission has the awesome powers to do what it has to do. With due respect to Mr. Dean and the Ali'i Trust in Lunalilo. Again, the mission is just that. Kamehameha School came here and tried to get 174 acres just down the road from me on a rezoning. And that failed because Kamehameha has its trust. Educate. Kilkaha, Panaeva, Kuhil's trust was put people on the land. Not schools, put people on the land. Therefore, I want to encourage the commissioners to hold strong, understand this thing. We're not anti-kupuna. I get kupuna. I am a kupuna. So please, let's not talk apples and oranges because you still got to discuss 279 money. And I know 279 money no mean rentals. So again, I thank you for allowing me the opportunity to state my case and share my moku. Aloha, Mike Ako.
Okay, thank you, Patrick. Any other comment? Okay, let's do a roll call on the vote. Come on up.
Oh, sorry. Oh,
Aloha. O wau ka puki I kua ka mai no ka aina o pula pula ka awa o wainai. Kuma kolu e kahi makahiki au. No laila, pono ao olelo no na waitlisters. You know, I am blessed to be a resident lessee. There should only be one type of lessee, and that's a resident. Unfortunately, we know of homes that are not occupied by lessees. We need to work on that. Today, we're speaking to this Kauai parcel in partnership with King Lunalilo Trust. Jermaine just shared with us that she's discovered other information, that they are no longer a trust, but they are serving our people. And that's wonderful that they're serving our people. However, their mission is to serve all Hawaiians. We need to use the word Hawaiian Homes Commission Act beneficiaries. That is a distinction that this department needs to hold first and foremost. Every dollar goes to the beneficiary. And what serves the beneficiaries also serves the Hawaiians. It also serves the non-Hawaiians that live with us, that work with us. But this trust does not bend to our partners. Let's align with partnerships. If the Lunalilo homes can solely focus on beneficiaries, I would support them 100%. But we cannot bend our trust to partners that cannot bend to serve our beneficiaries. So I'm suggesting to our commissioners that you ensure that you have contractual language, all of that legalese that I know not, that ensures that any lessee, licensee, or even this department that attempts to utilize funding that allows for any non-beneficiary to reside on Hawaiian homelands because for immediate termination. We already have an example of this situation. It is called Hale Makana o Nanakuli, to which our director was a developer at that time. Now, I appreciate that they had a job to do and they wanted to finish that great project. But what I'm concerned about is 2 and 3 generations when our mo'opuna's mo'opuna is looking for a place. And a non-beneficiary is in a home that we paid for with our very limited dollars, whether it be Nahasda, HUD, or otherwise. Our funds, our resources are limited. So thank you so much for your time. Mahalo.
Thank you. Okay, why don't we do a roll call on the vote? Okay. Oh, okay.
Kalamai, I know I'm cutting into
No, that's
everybody's
fine.
lunchtime.
Please proceed.
Aloha, Commissioners and Chair. My name is John Makepa. I am the Pelekikena of the Waianae Valley Homestead Association, and we are in opposition of C1. We're here and we're talking about this project with Lunalilo, but the other purpose of the C1 is a motion for the commission to grant approval to authorize Chair Watson to do the following. Enter into the partnership with Lunalilo, allocate 25 million from the HASDA, exercise the department's option to purchase property, negotiate management agreement with Lunalilo, and allocate funds for the actual cost of preparing and submitting the application. Along the way, where will the check and balances be once or if the commission does approve authorization for the chair? This motion is asking to give the chair full charge of this project. With federal funding, it then undermines the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act to directly benefit beneficiaries. Now, in looking at the verbiage that was given out, I see a lot of like HFDC, LIHTC, RHRFF, block grants, and so on and so forth. I also Googled and found that a lot of these are federally funded, which is the biggest concern, I think, and for a lot of us that are opposing C1, because what it does is it opens the doors for federal funds to come in and a lot of our beneficiaries to not get what they deserve. One of the things that also concerned me was that the department can buy property, and that's not the issue here. The concern for me is that the chair is wanting to issue a general lease to Lunalilo Partner with the project without doing a beneficiary consultation. Now, in listening to earlier, I heard that land acquisitions does not need to have a beneficiary consultation, but it should, especially for a project like this. I truly believe that having a partnership with Lunalilo and having all of their things that they're going to be doing, like the wraparound services for kupuna, with the daycare, in-home care services, other social services, managing home ownership courses, which is awesome, managing revolving rental funds, that's all on them, and all of the other stuff. But then again, the program would not only directly benefit beneficiaries, which is what the Homestead Commission Act should be doing. Now, there are also concerns in the partnership. The general lease costs Lunalilo Trust $1 per year. However, the trust is not a beneficiary. They service the beneficiaries, but they are not one. Just as many other organizations also get that same sweet deal. The verbiage in holistic approach, paragraph 3, sounds as if additional training on behalf of the Lunalilo Trust is getting them ready for more affordable rental projects. Yes, with a capital S. It does state that on the third line of the third paragraph of holistic approach. Again, a lease will be issued to Lunalilo Trust without the due process of a beneficiary consultation. Now, Lunalilo is managing the services to the tenants. Are there operating costs coming from the department? Or are they applying for their own grants to run the program? Now, in the rent structure of the verbiage that was given out, it does say that housing affordability, particularly for Native Hawaiians, when I feel it should be exclusively for Native Hawaiian beneficiaries. My question is, how will the department choose who can qualify to live there? I'm not talking about income-wise, but by their position on the wait list. Because if Lunalilo is offering services to ready families for home ownership, then it should be those that would be offered lots by their position on the wait list. Now, we all know when the department has lots coming up for lot selection, the process is to go down the wait list, maybe the first 2,000 to 3,000. Now, if we've got tenants living on that property that fall below that, we're missing our mark in getting our wait listers who are on the top the help to get onto these properties that, you know, hopefully the department can get for them. But it also seems that the block grants may be an open invite for land acquisition, yes, but the chair is seeing that this is a money source for affordable rental in lieu of land acquisition for single family lots, a short-term fix to a long-term problem. Why not acquire these multifamily dwellings for the long-term fix? Even though many may want single-family dwellings, many might find multifamily dwellings are okay too. Or better yet, acquire vacant land inventory too, because how are you going to decrease the wait list on a short-term fix when the land inventory for residential leases cannot accommodate the wait list? Nowhere in this C1 have I seen a rent-to-own process for beneficiaries. Would the department still be able to transition tenants from rental to homeowner with a lease, such as is suggested with Uluke Kukui? I don't see that verbiage. Home ownership is mentioned, but not home ownership at Waipuli. Now, when we're talking about home ownership, I think that that is a great idea. It is a great concept. I've worked with Helen Y. We've done home ownership consultations, we've done financial literacy, so on and so forth. But again, if we are talking about people on the wait list, the target should be in the position that they sit on that wait list. And so I just wanted to mahalo you folks for listening to me.
Sure.
And again, our Waianae Valley Homestead Association is in opposition. One last thing before I go, Uluke Kukui, Chair, you did say in that money's coming from LIHTC. When I did check, a lot of these monies, again, are federal subsidies. So again, it is a concern for us with Uluke Kukui, which is in Waianae. We want to make sure that it is specifically for our beneficiaries. And again, one last thing, $60 million is what, 59 million something, whatever. If this $60 million were to be allocated, say, in increments of 60,000, you can buy a Hansdor home for $60,000, and you can build 1,000 single-family dwellings with $60,000 in that $60 million. Not 82, but 1,060 single-family dwellings for 99 years. Yes, there are other costs that we have to factor in, but think about it. 1,000 single-family dwellings, not 82 affordable rentals.
Okay.
Mahalo.
Thank you very much. One last witness, and then we'll take a vote. And we got two. You only
Aloha
got two.
Commission, aloha Chairman. My name is Maizana Aldiger, and I am a waitlister. And I oppose
to the C1 as a renter. I applied when I was 18. I'm coming up on 58 and I'm still on the list. I'm against this rental because I applied when the Haleonanakuli, which is located on the Hawaiian homestead. I applied, but I was in competition with non-Hawaiians and I'm still waiting. So that program does not work, especially on the Hawaiian homelands. I feel that, you know, when you go and apply and they say veterans, check if you're a veteran, or are you Hispanic, you check it, they come preference. There is no box that says, are you a native Hawaiian? To have that preference, being on the waiting list, I feel because the rental unit is on Hawaiian homelands, we have the most investment because the land, and to be in competition where non-Hawaiians are occupying the unit. And I have siblings that lives on the beach out in Waianae, hoping to get into homes, hoping to get into at least an affordable rental unit as Native Hawaiians. So I come to you guys to really think about this stuff, because people like me, I'm gonna be in a kupuna status in a couple years. I gotta continue to exercise, eat my vitamins, so I can stay alive long enough so my mo'opunas can be on this legacy. My grandmother was born in Kalaupapa, Kalawao in 1899, and she was taken out to the Susanna Wesley home. And I would like to continue her legacy.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Last slide. Kana Kiliko Pua.
Thank you.
Aloha and mahalo, Chair.
Aloha.
And Commissioners. Thank you for this opportunity, allowing me to speak. First of all, I want to say I am in opposition of C1. Thank you, Commissioners Awol and Nevis, for your insight. Thank you for sharing that all you folks through your service who are beneficiaries, each and every one of you. I'm concerned, and I agree that we don't have a kupuna housing problem. We have a housing problem. And our problem is to get our people onto the land, as our prince had enacted back in 1920. Giving them the land, rehabilitating them, bringing healing, bringing sustainability, bringing dignity, bringing home ownership. He had envisioned that for us. And we are trying to address this issue of homelessness, perhaps, but our people need to get back to where they belong. Many have left our islands because of the cost of living. But I want to go back to address our father being in the military. We were away for many years, but his eye was still on coming back home and having a place for his family. Finally, when he retired, our number came up, and no one wants to live in Waianae. So we were able to get that land. He had envisioned that land to be for his family. For anyone who needs to come back home, there will always be a home. We have 4 generations in our home right now, and there will be more. There will be more. It's because we want to live together as a ohana. I have many siblings that are on the continent, and 2 more, Kapua and our other brother, also in Hawaiian homelands as well. But it is important to continue to protect our trust. It is important to remember our cause, to defend the trust, to not allow compromise, whatever that may be, at the cost of our people getting back to their homes, to their land. We must remember that it is not just for us, but the generation to come. They need to have a place. Our people need to continue to stand, and you are the forefront of that stand. This commission is the one that has the interest of our people. And I thank you, the commissioners before you and those that will come after you, to defend us, to put us where we belong. Our prince gave that to us. My brother, who was a musician, he wrote a song, So You Will See. And this is back in the early 90s. We are 25, 35 years beyond that someone needs to build, to put our people on the land. He was young, and he saw that. He saw that our people were suffering. And he says, won't someone build a land, build for our people to come back? Thank you for heeding the call. Thank you, commissioners. Mahalo.
Thank you. Okay, is that it? Yeah, roll call, please.
Commissioner Wall,
Aole.
Commissioner Freitas,
Yes.
Commissioner Helm,
Aole.
Commissioner Kalekini,
No.
Commissioner Kaniakua,
Yes.
Commissioner Marfil,
Aole.
Commissioner Namuo,
Yes.
Commissioner Nevis,
Aole.
Chair Watson.
Yes.
4 ayes, 5 noes, the motion fails.
Okay, let's take a break for lunch. Next agenda item C4, for information only.
C4 is a recommendation from the PIG. The purpose is to take a look at some changes to Act 274 budget, the list of projects for development and land acquisition. The purpose or the opportunities for acquisition of various projects received through a third request for proposal this year. So you have C4 in front of you, and I'll highlight a couple of things. The PIG is composed of Chair Watson, or Kali Watson, Makai Freitas, Walt Kaneakua, and Samili Marfil. Walt Kaneakua served as the chair for the committee. Dropping down to what we're looking at is the changing landscape of opportunities that present themselves, especially as we take a look at the cost for infrastructure, the cost for preparing land in order to be able to put our beneficiaries on the properties. And so the recommendations that we've come up with out of the PIG optimize and leverage some of the funds that we have already, the 600 million, to put our beneficiaries on the land. And then DHHL staff issued 3 requests for proposal to take a look at opportunities for innovative development blended with existing DHHL property. The focus for us was to examine, in order to expedite beneficiary awards, the benefits of increased economy of scale in larger unit concentrations, and therefore reducing the cost of building a home for our beneficiaries. The benefits of available increased suitable infrastructure. So properties where we could benefit from water, sewer, electricity, drainage, etc., on existing properties, and the benefits of lower cost per unit for the infrastructure, which is separate for the per unit cost of building a home. We also took a look at the beneficiaries' access to ready social infrastructure, which included hospital care, schools, community centers, and job opportunities. And then sufficient beneficiary interest to acquire and develop the homes. And the last very specific element that we looked at are benefits by selecting locations, minimizing adverse cost of flood zones in areas with more challenging construction costs. So when we take a look at the lands available to us and some of the things that we're considering, we took that into account. The committee considered opportunities that would expedite beneficiary awards and homes compared with approved projects in the current strategic plan. And to keep in mind, these are recommendations from what we looked at. Some of the projects faced major cost impediments that would cause substantial delays in the delivery of homes. So that we avoid deferring or dividing into phases, but when appropriate, that's what our recommendation was, in order to provide faster delivery at a reduced cost per home. We looked at the strategic plan, the updated strategic plan from November 22, and we sought to add additional lots if available. And what we looked at opportunity for an additional 6,000 lots for beneficiary awards. We divided projects into 2 phases if we thought that it was too big and would cause delays for awards. And so you'll see a couple of the proposals are to go to phase 1 and 2. And then some of the phase 2 projects are going to require additional funding from the legislature. Now, the bottom line for a completion of the phase 2 projects as recommended require an additional $600 million, which is basically double what we got in our Act 279. So this is a look at what we're doing. We're trying to figure out how to move ahead expeditiously and benefit as many of our potential awardees as possible. So that's our report.
Okay, any questions?
No questions. Mahalo, Commissioner. I think my questions will come after I review, because the devil is in the details, the numbers and the budget. So thank you. I'll have some questions later, not today.
Chair, I just have a couple.
Commissioner
questions
Neves?
for you, Walt. Just reading your last comments there in phase 1.
You know what, excuse me, our deputy AG is saying you can't ask questions.
Oh, because it's just a PIG. Oh, okay. Oh, sorry. No questions. You asked for questions, I gave you a question. Now you saying I can't, okay.
Yeah, my fault.
Chair, are you trying to set me up?
I don't mean a lot of things.
No problem. Thank you.
Do any of the PIG members want to say anything about it? What your thoughts are? We can do that, right? You can report. Yeah, okay. So members of the PIG, you can discuss your thoughts and if you want.
I just looking at the time or lack thereof that we have, and we got this $600 million. Everybody was excited, and then we kind of found out exactly the lack of time we had to accomplish this goal. I think that every chance I get to thank the staff and people who have worked in these projects up to this far, I'm always going to give my kudos to them and say thank you and appreciation to them. The fact that we're sitting here today with options for our beneficiaries, I think is a good thing. I think analyzing those options and seeing what's best in the short time we have. Just from my own personal manao and AG, sorry if I break any rules here in this one.
No, you're permitted to say that.
I think that we're going to ask for a lot of money this next time, the next phase, to complete phase 2. I do feel that projects that are deferred to phase 2 because of infrastructure, unforeseen infrastructure costs, unforeseen issues, I think those projects need to be prioritized moving forward. I think those are the ones that we gotta, because I understand that the communities have been waiting a long time for these projects, and I totally understand. So that was my own little personal manao where I think we should prioritize those. But again, it's discussions we can have later as we progress in this process.
Okay. Sunay, would you like to say something?
Sure. I think what I'd like to say is that I appreciated the opportunity to be on the PIG to serve, even though there was some, resistance of us because we are new to the commission. It gave me an opportunity to learn, to kind of understand the thinking and the processes that go on at the department. That isn't always translated to the greater community. And so what I appreciated is to understand how we operate and how those decisions come to be. It's not willy-nilly, and we're not just like, let's change this and change that, but really there is some thinking to it. And so that's what I appreciated when I went in and when I was able to learn at the PIG level. I think there is some amazing things coming forth from this department, and I hope that we are able to work together for the greater Lahui and the beneficiaries of the department. So mahalo nui.
Yeah, let me just kind of close it out on with respect to this particular suggested changes and integration of some of the newer projects, the whole idea was to try and figure out what's the most cost-effective in the use of the funds. So that's why we broke it into phase 1, phase 2. So if you look at that, the phase 1, we fund the entire phase using the initial 600 million. Phase 2, which is reflected on the last yellow column, the cost, which is over 600 million. That's where we go into the legislature with specific projects, with specific costs involved, with specific lots involved. Those are the ones that we anticipate making awards, undivided interest, but also in moving forward, hopefully we'll get additional funding. I just got off the phone with Representative Holt. They're going to put in a bill to fund the 600 million. You know, it seems like the Ways and Means is also very supportive of making funds available. Whether it's 600 million, that remains to be seen. There is an uptick in revenues to the state. So I think it's promising, maybe not to that level, but there seems to be a real propensity to work with us. So we do, as Stuart had mentioned, we're moving forward on making awards and entering into developer agreements. We're starting to move the construction forward. There's a lot of things happening, but just remember that you know, this process, there's certain deadlines. Real critical, gang. We can't be debating too much. We gotta, you know, we gotta get the approval. So we're looking to come into this commission in February. So we're not doing it this month because I wanted to give you guys time to take a look at it. If you got questions, contact my staff or myself and we'll answer your questions. But when we come to February, guys, we gotta move, because right now, June 30th of this year is our deadline to encumber the funds. We don't have that extra year yet. So if I'm hopeful we're going in with extension on a bill, but we don't get it, we lose it. So it's important also that we wanna get the construction going. We wanna get the funds encumbered, we wanna select the contractor and start moving. Because, I mean, we can go back and forth and, well, this project is better than this one. And, you know, we went through a long, drawn-out analysis of every single project. That's how we came up with the 28 projects. And that's how we came up with a total unit count of over 6,000. And so it's an exciting time. If we can succeed in building all these units, that's almost double what they expected. So again, it's a matter of leveraging, but more realistically, going after more funds. So again, do take the time to take a look at this matrix. And if you have specific questions, feel free to talk to any of the members of the PIG or staff, and we'll educate you guys as to the rationale and justification for these changes. And if you guys need anything else besides the PIG's input, feel free to make the request. Okay.
Chair, if I could just add on and absolutely encourage you to look at this. We've got some things that pop up and we're trying to struggle with these things in 2 or 3 days. This is a critical one, and we've got 30 days. The PIG worked hard to try to distill down the best options. But please, 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 please ask and make sure that we and the staff have the opportunity to shake that out for all of us, please. So thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Chair Kaniakua.
Chair, should I just ask a question, not specifically about this, but in terms of potential funding, if that falls short, there'll be another revision?
Well, it is short. No. It's short, over 600 million.
No, I'm saying the 600 million. If we put in for 600 million, we don't get 600 million. We're gonna have to come back and revise this again.
Yeah, it's an ongoing process. Yeah. You know, we need $5 billion to get our eliminate our wait list. So we're always in there begging, right? So it's an ongoing process. But we also are looking to other sources. That's where we're bringing in people go after federal funds. That's where, you know, the Nahaza, maybe we're not gonna use it for kupuna housing, but we use it for other things.
Sure.
You know, we can use it for infrastructure, we can use it for site acquisition, we can use it for loans, there's all kind of other funds, but we need to spend it. We have 50 million in Nahaza, we got another 22.3 coming in. And so when I go up in February to talk to Senator Schatz, he's gonna ask me, what is this, deja vu? We give you money, you don't spend it? That's how we lost 40 million under the prior administrations. We can't have that, guys. So if at a minimum, we'll spend it on infrastructure if I have to, but I was trying to leverage it and, you know, create living units for people on our wait list. So, you know, let's pivot and look at other things, but we cannot lose the 600 million or all this other funding that's starting to evolve, and, you know, that people are turning the spigots on. It's also a very, very important time regarding federal funding. I don't know if this administration will be around in, you know, a couple of years, but I do know there's a lot of federal funding out there. So we really have to get aggressive and go after it. Okay, so thanks to the PIG on generating this report. I do ask the commissioners to all collectively take a look, and if you have any suggestions, let me know.
Okay.
Okay.
Mahalo o wau ka pukili po ka mai still. So I thank you, folks. So I take it I missed the re-adjournment of this meeting. So forgive me for missing your beginning part. So am I to understand that the PIG and the commission has approved what was recommended by the PIG, or you're deferring
Just
it?
information, just information.
Okay, information. So just for information, you know, I'm highly concerned that the Governor Green, because of what's happened to Lahaina in Maui and other problems, that other departments lost funding. I think there are one or two that lost complete funding. So I don't think it's realistic for us to go to the legislature to ask for more funding. I'm asking you, the commissioners, to ensure that what we spend our money on is to complete projects. Only through completed projects will we reduce the wait list now, not reduce the wait list in another 10 or 20 years if and when they find funding and they find it in their moral compass to provide sufficient funding for us. This is an opportunity for us to actually reduce the wait list. And by broadening what we're doing, which is a good thing, Chair Watson, if the Maui wildfires did not happen, if we still had funding at the legislature, we're recognizing that the governor already had to withdraw and reduce other department funding. We are blessed that that impact did not affect us. So I just think that it's a bit much for us to continue to ask for more and to have incomplete projects when work has already been done. And I speak to the Maili project. We're pushed to 2025 asking for more money. I think that Maili project, and I could be wrong, was at a point to where we could move forward. So those projects that will result in homes for our waitlisters are the projects that I'm asking you to move forward. Do not sacrifice those to initiate new planning and design that does not end up reducing the list while we have this $600 million. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Let's see here. Jermaine.
Aloha, commissioners. Regarding the PIG for the Act 279, Act 279 says we have $600 million. It doesn't say we have a penny more than $600 million. How many of you have lobbied the legislature to see if they would give you penny more than $600 million? How many of the 25 senators and the 51 House of Representatives? In September, a couple months ago, we had the Speaker of the House that came to a town hall meeting held by our Rep. Keela. And he shared with us how much demands on the monies that they have. They have to still, they have to get the budget in line with the Kalima Act and paying for that funds. And from what I gathered from him, we weren't going to get more than $600 million. We were given $600 million. And so I'm just kind of concerned that there's these potential projects that are coming on board that when we looked at the original strategic plan, with the 600 million, we're going to go to construction. We're going to go to lot selection. And then I'm not sure from these projects, if we're going to go to construction or it's just acquisition or it's just planning. Some projects already had the environmental assessment done and all of that. So now we're closer to awarding, but now we're going to go back to before we had 600 million and just kind of like, okay, we're going to get more money and then we're going to put in, they spent all of our monies on administrative costs for 20 years. That's why Nelson Case came about. And the beneficiaries did a lawsuit so that the Nelson Case would stop the department and stop the state from spending our monies on administrative costs. And now we're at this cusp of, we were awarded $600 million. We were allocated $600 million with a deadline. And we're like, we're going to spend $1.2 billion, not just $600 million. We're going to spend $1.2 billion. We're going to come up with a plan for that. How do I know what it's going to be for the $600 million? It's going to give this many lots. But what I was told earlier was, we got to just be patient. We're going to get 6,000 lots, but we just got to wait. It's going to take time for us to get the 6,000 lots. So I got to look at the details to see what that meant compared to the original strategic plan that was provided by this commission in November of 2022, approved. And so I'm just really concerned because I talked to my legislators, Senator Miley's, she's not going to run again. We got Rep. Keela, we've got the stirring up for the new election. We're going into election year. How many of the elected officials are going to take the risk of saying they're going to give more money to Hawaiian homelands during an election year? So I'm just kind of wondering where this is coming from. Last meeting, we said, we're not getting enough money from the state for 22 positions, so that's why we want to use trust funds. But this month, I'm being told, we're going to ask the state for $600 million more than the $600 million we got. So I'm just really confused about like how we're coming to these conclusions, like saying it's really like hypocritical. Like 1 month we're being told as beneficiaries, or the commission is being told, we need this money to go 22 new positions. We're not going to get it from the state for this 22 positions. But then this month I'm being told, get the fate, we're going to have 600 million more. So just really confused. I used to work for the Land Development Division back in 1985 to 89 with the Department of Hawaiian Homelands. So I understand the processes and I've been engaged ever since. And so I'm just really confused by it because one of the first things you do when it comes with legislature is you lobby your legislators, whether it's to change the bill, amend the bill, a resolution, or to get money. And I haven't heard in this conversation or this chairman or this presentation, we got this many senators, you got the majority of the senators and we got the majority of the House. They're going to give us 600 million. That's why we're planning for it.
Can you summarize, please?
I'm sorry?
Can you summarize?
Sorry?
You're past your time. Can you
Thank
summarize?
you. Mahalo.
Thank you. Who's next?
Aloha, thank you again, commissioners, for your patience, but more so for your service. I know it's all volunteer. It's a lot of time, personal time that you give to our beneficiaries. And I know it's important to you because if it were not, you would not continue to serve. As it is important to you, it is to us. I'm going to be honest, I don't know a lot. I'm learning. That is why I'm here today. But I appreciate with our PIG, and I'm learning, that even as new commissioners, taking on this task is a great one because you're coming aboard, trying to learn all the processes and yet trying to implement and just wanting to move along. And in the rush of having to spend these monies, the appropriations and all that, just to say, to be mindful. We are in dangerous times where there's pressures coming from all sides. But in that pressure, it's how we come out that makes us successful in our vision to get the people off the wait list. I've sat here in the last 2 months in hearing about budget. We are over budgeted. It was being questioned by our commissioner. We've got this much, 600 million, but this is going to cost us 800. Where's the rest coming from? Well, maybe this or maybe that, or maybe not at all. And the longer we wait, the costlier it gets. To implement is important, but also to be strategic. Things have already gone through the process as to how it was to be spent and how it was to be implemented. And it sometimes changes for whatever process it is, whether it's the chairman, whether it's the board. But it has to be in unison and in agreement for the beneficiary. And that's all I'm saying. To thank you for always putting the beneficiary at the forefront, helping us to get that wait list down in the best manner possible. Thank you, commissioners.
Okay, thank you. Okay, next item, D1, HST status reports.
Good afternoon, Chairman, members of the Commission. D1 is the Homestead Services Division status report as it relates to application, lease, and loan activity, as well as information on any guarantees that was issued by the department. Just as a highlight, beginning with the lease activity, in December of 2023, we did add 5 new leases, 2 in Nanakuli, one in Nanakuli, 2 at Kaulo Kahai, 1 in Kaumana, and another in Anahola. Our total lease count is 10,021. Also, our application count, again, this is applications totaling 47,075 statewide. And our loan activity, we've been hovering at about just under 26,000 as far as delinquency dollar amount. Just FYI, with regards to staff, we're still filling a vacant mortgage loan specialist position. We're waiting for a list from DHERD, and we had another mortgage loan specialist that retired at the end of 2023. Lastly, the department issued a guarantee for a home construction loan for a lessee that holds an Nanakuli lease. But if there's any questions, I can attempt to respond to those questions right now.
Sure.
Yep. Good.
One. You mentioned 47,000.
47,000.
What does that represent again, please?
Again, that represents the total applications. As you know, a lessee or an applicant can apply for a residential application, as well as in addition to the residential, either a pastoral or a agricultural lot. So the 47,075 represents applications statewide, which represent a little over 29,000 applicants, individuals.
Individuals. And the 47 means some individuals or more than once.
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you.
Just a rough estimate, and we are looking at tweaking our report to you on a monthly basis. Appreciate that question, Commissioner. There's currently 6,424 residential applicants. And there's 4,617 individuals with just agricultural applications. Individuals with pastoral applications total 755. Individuals with residential and agricultural applicants or applications, total 15,181. And individuals with residential and pastoral applications is 2,454. We will be enhancing our report, so those information will be included, hopefully beginning next month.
Yeah, that would be great. Thank you.
You're welcome, Commissioner.
What was the amount for the agricultural?
Agriculture is 4,617. That's just for agricultural statewide.
You don't have it broken down, huh? Different islands?
Not with the report. Hopefully, we will be providing that information to you.
That would be nice, thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? Not, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners. And next item is D13, which is for information only related to the Pu'ukapu pastoral leases on Hawaii Island. And here with me is Jim DuPont, who is the West Hawaii District Office Supervisor, who will be making the presentation. So with that, I'm going to hand it off to Jim.
Aloha, Chair and the Commissioners. This is a PowerPoint presentation that was initially presented to a previous commission in February of 2018. So most of the discussion that I've heard today has been talking about now and going forward. My presentation is about the history and looking backwards at the awards that were made. So each of you has a copy of the presentation. So I'm going to paraphrase a lot of this. So in '83, the federal task force basically said to Hawaiian Homes that they should be accelerating the award of homestead leases. The department started with the ag list in '84 and asked applicants, are you interested in commercial or subsistence farming? And the majority of the response said subsistence. So based on that response, awards that were made during acceleration for agricultural homesteads were about 5 acres in size. In March of '84, the department reinstated the 1952 Waimea Area Pastoral List. So the acceleration program notified applicants on residential and agricultural wait lists on all the islands, and res and ag leases were awarded in 1985 and '86. And again, just for informational purposes, the last time the department made any large ag awards was in this 1985-86 period. So the acceleration program for West Hawaii included residential lots in 2 Kauai subdivisions, the Makai and Unit 1, Pu'upulehu Residential, which is in Waimea, and the Pu'ukapu ag lots. Actual use and occupancy of the lots were conditional upon availability of adequate access roads and water, estimated at that time to take about 5 years to develop. So this is a list of the different types of awards that were made. And you can see the year that they were awarded. The next column is when the infrastructure was completed. And the third column is when the lease commencement date was amended. So again, there is a history of awarding leases in 85, 86, and amending those leases in 96, 99, 96, and 98. This is a map of the Big Island, and it shows the different homestead areas where awards were made. So the upper part is Kauai, just below that to the right is Pu'ukapu and Waimea. The center portion is Humuula, and at the very bottom is the Kamaoa Pu'uweo area. So we awarded both ag and pastoral leases. This is what the plat map looked like prior to the 1990 award. So the bulk of Pu'ukapu were large parcels, 100, 200, 400 acres in size. So in December of '88, the commission adopted a guideline for pastoral homestead development due to a court case in 1989. The applicants were notified of the cancellation of the awards. So this is Admin Rule 10329 that was a result of the lawsuit and describes how pastoral awards would be made. This was later amended in 1998. So lot selection for Pu'ukapu, Humuula, and Kamaoa were conducted September of 1990. At that time, the planned infrastructure included roadways, drainage, water and utility improvements to county standards that were planned between 1994 and 98, subject to the availability of funds, which we're still talking about today. So the 1990 awards included 97 leases at 10 acres, 54 at 15 acres, 17 at 20, 8 at 100, and 8 at 200. Now, the 1952 awards, again, just to give you a place in time, between 1952 and 1990 is 38 years. So in 1952, awards were made, and those lot sizes were between 270 acres and 300 acres. When the department looked at the wait list prior to making the pastoral awards, because of the size of, or the number of applicants, during the planning phase, the department realized, based on lands that could be dedicated to pastoral development, that 270 to 300 acres would not make a lot, or would not reduce the wait list by that much. And so that's how the planning resulted in these sizes of lots. And, you know, the key point at the bottom of that page is the lease commencement date of February 1991. So in 1990, the department prepared a paper subdivision of approximately 4,600 acres at Pu'ukapu, and 184 lots were created. Out of that number, 182 awards were made. Now, the key item that you're looking at here is describing the lease addendum, and specifically under number 1 term, it states that the department will award the lease to a future date to coincide with the completion of access roads constructed to standards acceptable to the department. This is just a map of awarded lots. This is another section, the 100-acre lots. And this last picture is the 8 200-acre lots. Between 1992 and 1998, the West Hawaii District Office was tasked to complete access road to each of the 184 lots. Roads were constructed using cinder or gravel. In 1998, the West Hawaii District Office notified the operations supervisor on Oahu that the access roads were completed. Based on the lease addendum, a recommendation was to amend the lease commencement date. That did not happen. In 2000, staff met with the County of Hawaii Planning to request consideration to approve the pastoral subdivision of the 184 lots. That was preliminarily approved based, again, strictly on the paper subdivisions. There were no conditions set by the county for completion of infrastructure or county standard roads. Again, a recommendation was made to amend the lease commencement date. No action was taken. Between 2006 and 2009, the department started working with the county planning office on subdivision approval. In August of 2009, the county agreed to approve the Pu'ukapu pastoral lot subdivision for the 184 lots. As a result of that approval, new county plat maps were created that identified each of the 184 lots and issued tax map key numbers. Those records or the lease information, lessee information, were not included as part of that subdivision. And these are just the current plat maps of all of the 184 lots. In order for the department to accurately present lessee information to the county real property tax office, we have to provide all of this information. And what prevented the department from doing that is not being able to identify a lease commencement date. So if you understand new awards for the County of Hawaii, once a new award is made to a lessee, there's a 7-year real property tax exemption. Again, without that commencement date, we could not establish that 7 years. So when you consider 1991, the 7-year tax exemption, taxes could have been assessed against the 184 lots in 1998. So when we fast forward to 2024, we're now 33 years after the commencement date. And so it would create a burden on the county tax office to figure out, how do we tax this? Does it include interest and penalty? More importantly, it's not fair to the individual lessees who may end up looking at taxes of $6,000 or more. So again, that lease commencement date is extremely important in order to complete this form and provide the county with lessees information besides the lot information. So I just explained the tax exemption. I explained the difficulty that it would present for the county and the individual homesteaders. During or after the 1990 awards, there were a few homesteaders that wanted to move forward in developing their homesteads. So they went to the county based on the current plat maps at that time, some people were able to get building permits. But again, the majority of people did not have access to this. And one of the outcomes from being able to identify the lease commencement date is the ability for lessees to apply for building permits. So this is a copy of the real property tax information for any individual parcel on the Big Island. And so a lot of these forms are just redundant to show that currently the majority of the 184 lots does not include lessee information. It shows up with Hawaiian Homes as the landowner. So that was the first part of the presentation. The second part involves the meeting with the community last week. And in explaining that the department has provided access to all of the lots, the question came up about, what would the benefits be to establish the lease commencement date? And the consensus with the group was that they disagree with the department's recommendation to the chair to approve the roads built to department standards. The prevailing feeling is that the existing roads are unsafe. And Leah, I needed to get you the 2012 reports. I don't know if you got the email. So in 2012, the department hired a consultant to look at an assessment of the Pu'ukapu roads strictly for access purposes. So out of that report, the consultant identified certain areas where road widening or signage could possibly address some of the unsafe conditions. And between 2012 and 2024, the department worked on 3 projects to make improvements. But again, the prevailing opinion of the homesteaders that live in the area is that the roads are still unsafe. So you have a difference of opinion with department staff focusing on access to the 184 lots, and the homesteaders making an addition to access by saying there's more work that needs to be done on these roads to make them safe. So I mentioned earlier that when the Pu'ukapu subdivision was granted approval by the county, it did not come with conditions. And the County of Hawaii maintains that the only way they will accept maintenance and repair responsibilities for roads on Hawaiian homelands is if those roads are built to county standards. And so again, when you consider the 1998 ag subdivision and the improvements that the department made on those lots have ag and domestic water, they have electricity, and they have paved roads. So again, just using that as an example, and going back to the 1952 Pu'ukapu Awards, also looking at the Kamoku and Ni'e pastoral subdivisions. None of those pasture subdivisions are built to county standards, and none of those subdivisions have paved roads. As a result of another lawsuit, the department provided lessees from Pu'ukapu who wanted more land to ranch on. We created a Honoka'ia pasture area, and based on people's ranch plans, they were awarded additional acreage lots ranging in size from 30 acres up to 200 acres. That particular subdivision is not built to county standards, but that road is paved. We are still working off of another lawsuit to provide water to the Honakaia pasture lots, and that's been ongoing for roughly the last 5 years. So the reason I mention all of this is, again, looking backwards, we still have the Humu'ula pasture lots. We still have the Kama'oa Pu'ueo ag and pasture lots that have not received county subdivision. So again, looking forward, which a lot of your attention has been focused on, I just want to remind the commissioners that we still have responsibilities to these lessees from 1985 and 1990 to provide them with some level of infrastructure. And again, if the County of Hawaii is maintaining that they will not accept responsibility for road maintenance and repairs unless these roads or subdivisions are brought up to county standards, I can throw out a number just for Pu'ukapu of $100 to $200 million for county standard infrastructure. And so when you break that down, does it make sense to spend $1 million per lot in Pu'ukapu? And that's not my decision to make. It's just a point of fact that I bring to the commission's attention. So because we're primarily focusing on the lease commencement for Pu'ukapu, it also comes with the responsibility based on the meeting last week where the homesteaders are saying these roads are not safe. And what will it take for the department to make those roads safe? Is it county standards? I don't know. Is there another solution besides county standard roads? Again, I don't know if, what that other solution will be. But again, coming back to the roads built to acceptable standards to the department, we've accomplished that. All 184 lots have had access, some better than others, since 1998. And where do we go from here? And it was my intention to present this informational on the subdivisions with the intent of making a recommendation for your action. But again, based on the homesteaders' comments and consensus at that meeting, I don't believe that the department is prepared to make that recommendation. And one of the comments that came out of that meeting was an invitation to this commission to take a tour of the Pu'ukapu Pastoral Lot subdivision when you're on island in May. And again, I don't want to pursue this matter with the consensus that the roads aren't safe. And again, the department made this recommendation because we provided access to the 184 lots. But there's more to that picture than just the access. Yes.
Yeah. So currently, you do have water. You have water and electricity, no?
No. So the water system was finished in 2013. The water system is not a domestic water system. It wasn't built to county standards. So up until the master meter, it is potable water. But because the department doesn't treat the water after that, it cannot be considered a potable water system. when the department decided to build the water system, the Pukapu water system, I believe the estimated cost just for the non-potable system was $7 to $8 million. The cost for a county standard water system was $70 to $80 million. And so again, a decision was made to provide water to the Pukapu area, and it is considered non-potable.
Thank you. Okay,
Commissioner
thank you,
Fred.
Jim, for the presentation. Again, apologize for not being at that meeting on the 11th. It was my mom's birthday, so I was here, and yeah, couldn't fly back yesterday because of the crack, and they just found another crack too, so you and I might be stuck here for a little while. So as far as the roads go, yeah, here's access. As far as the different levels of safety, that's kind of the dialogue that I heard back from the beneficiaries after that meeting. We have been in contact with Andrew as far as looking at the fire mitigation issues that are there. You know, there's a lot of vacant lots, there's a lot of things that need to be fixed just from that safety perspective. As far as getting these roads up to county standards, that 100, 200 million, I don't think that's should even be talked about based on all the other kuleana we have to take care of. Trying to find a solution to move forward. Do we reconvene with the Pukapu residents, try to find a strategy as far as what safety issues they have concerns with exactly? You know, is it street signs? Is it, one thing I heard was trimming down some of the berm, some of the hills for better line of sight. I kind of want to ask you guys, what's the best way, based on what you guys experienced, the best way to move forward on this?
That to me would be an LDD question.
Sorry, Stuart, but let's go.
Okay, I'll go, not right into the weeds, but
just cool,
maybe higher level. So I did take a look at the report, and it did contain photographs of almost every section of roadway. And I do acknowledge, and it was brought out in the report, that there are sight distance issues. So, I mean, you know, Kelber was involved in a lot of the on-site construction, where we did follow some of the recommendations with the budget that we did have, which was not very much. I don't know exactly, but I mean, I think, and I've driven on those. I was a passenger on those roads, and yeah, if you go too fast, you cannot see. You know, you know, around the turns, or we did address some of the intersections and the sight distance where we did actually cut back some of the slope. Once you start doing I guess ground disturbance, you could get better sight distance, but you have a drainage issue. So you gotta actually do a lot more engineering than just cutting it down. You know, I mean, we could take a look at that, but again, in terms of our budget, sufficient sums budget, you know, we put in for road maintenance under purpose 4 for, I mean, just areas statewide. I think our current request is something like around $228 million. So besides road maintenance, road repairs, we have drainage maintenance, we have all, you know, just you name it, we got it. Because we do a lot of maintenance on improvements which are not currently maintained by the county, because we're not at the county standard. But then there's the other side of it, which Jim mentioned about, you know, okay, so how much is it gonna take to get to county standard? So that's the It's really a budget and prioritizing.
Yeah, I don't think spending a kind of money, like I said, based on everything else we have going on, is worth it. Talking to both of two different homesteads in that particular area, I know they're both going after grants. Uncle Mike Hudson has done a great job in the past of getting, money from different channels for this type of things. That's why I kind of was thinking, do we bring them into the dialogue here and see what they have, on the docket, see what they're going after, and can some of that money be used? I think one of the grants is for that maintenance kind of stuff. As far as, and I think the fire mitigation is tied into it, especially after what happened on Maui. I think it's not an if, it's a when. And that's stuff that Andrew's been working with me too on. So I think these two issues can be probably intertwined together. I just got to figure out, we got to collectively hopefully figure out a strategy on how to achieve that goal. I know it's not going to be easy because they got all kind of stuff up there, but I mean, I'm sure it's a long-term goal, but let's just look at some short-term goals and, just fix what we can fix first. Get the comments that they started, and then we can progressively move on.
I know that department staff spoke with some of the lessees, not the entire community. So one suggestion based on the 2012 report is to, talk to the homesteaders again, see if there are individuals or a group that would work with the department to begin to identify the more or most critical areas and start with that. And I think in some of the work, more recent projects that LDD completed in 2022, sections of roads were widened. And I think that was one of the comments that came out of last week's meeting, is to widen the roads. And Kelbert explained to the group that road widening is an option, but depending on how wide you make those roads, your fiber optic and your water line layout comes into the picture. So again, where we can widen the roads and not jeopardize any of the infrastructure, that's something that we, could work on. And, I think the big problem out there, based on the report, is that you can put up signs, but if people don't pay attention, then that's one thing. And I think the bigger concern is the fact that even if we have 25-mile-an-hour speed limit signs posted, if people don't abide by that, that's where we have these almost head-on collisions where you can only fit, the road width is only big enough for one vehicle. So again, widening is an option, signage is an option, but it's just the speed that people travel out there that makes things more difficult. And like anything else, if there's no enforcement, I don't know what you do, but is something better than nothing? And is that something? Posting limited sight distance, caution two-way traffic, vehicles ahead, something like that, which is part of the report. And so, I'll provide that to Leah. And again, they identify the different roads, what the suggested mitigation is, and it's up to the department to go through that list. And again, if we are able to convene a homesteader group to identify the most critical areas and start to work on that.
That's a good idea. Not volunteering to do it, are you?
No, I think that's something that we can do. I guess we'd have to go back into our budget, and I would think that we would need to re-engage consultant on that and actually go out there and look at the report and what has been done since that time. What more, if there's any changes, because it's 2012, so could be changes out there.
And then some short-term stuff we can do.
Yeah, I think we'll triage and do it, kind of like triage it.
Short-term stuff.
If the next go round strictly focuses on safety as opposed to access, I don't know if there's any common ground between those or it's two separate types of reports. But again, if safety was the main concern and comments coming out of the group, then, we need to address the safety.
Thank you.
Chair, can I ask,
Sure.
because Calbert's the one who's going to be doing this, so I'd like to invite him to the table.
Okay, Calvert. I'm sure you got a solution there, Calvert. Okay.
So, Albert Yoshida, Land Development Division. Taking a look at the roads, it seems like the areas that we did fix and widen, the people have a tendency to increase their speed. So it doesn't stop. The more you fix, the faster they go, the more possibilities of head-on collisions would occur. And the restriction that we have right now is existing water lines and internet cables that are in the road, on the shoulder. And if we start fixing those, it's going to drive up the cost even more and prolong the end result. So ideally, it would be good to do it incrementally, 1-2 miles a year, and kind of construct and turn it over so the county would maintain. That would be the most ideal solution. I think where we're at right now is that Pu'ukapu has gone through the UXO survey work, and we're reaching a point where no further action would be needed for UXO surveying, and that allows them to get HUD financing or FHA loans. So that would help, getting the commencement date started, getting people to obtain building permits, get improvements, get access to loans. And that's the idea, is there's a balance between what they deem as don't start the commencement date until all the roads are deemed safe versus all the lots have access. So that's what they need to understand. What is that balance and how to help and make the most benefit for the majority of the lessees? Because it's only a select few that feel that the commencement date shouldn't get started yet based on what they see or what they observe as unsafe conditions.
Thank you, bro. Thank you for your question.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Okay, let's see. Do we have any? Okay. We have come to the end of today's agenda. Mahalo nui for participating. There is no community meeting this month. Tomorrow's agenda will begin at 9:30 a.m. I will be at the state capitol for the 2024 legislative opening, and we'll join you afterwards. We stand at recess.